Chapter 759. Wang Lin picked up the paintbrush and slowly closed his eyes. After a long moment, he opened them and began to write on the paper. Gradually, he felt as if he had found the feeling of the immortal sitting here all those years ago. As he wrote, he began to feel anxious. It was a feeling of confusion and hesitation that still lingered in the room. Finally, Wang Lin's right hand stopped in the air. He raised his head and looked outside through the window on the second floor. The immortal just finished painting, but was even more confused than before. After leaving those words, something changed. Someone must have come to visit. Wang Lin put down the brush and looked out the window. He had figured out some clues. Looking at the paper on the table, he waved his right hand, causing it to ignite into a ball of flame. After burning it clean, Wang Lin put away the paperweight and walked down to the second floor. He saw Li Yuan picking up the painting from the first floor and putting it into his bag of holding. Wang Lin hesitated for a moment, then said, "Brother Li, you must store this painting carefully. Don't let anyone see it, or it will cause a disaster." Li Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding. "There should be some magical items or jade slips left in this storage space," he asked. "Brother Su, are you not going to look for them?" "Go ahead, Brother Li." Wang Lin shook his head. After seeing what was written on the paper, he now had many mysteries about the collapse of the immortal realm. This was especially true when he saw the second valley. Wang Lin felt that even if there were any remnants here, they would be very limited. That was because he had already taken the most important magical item, the animal bone. Obviously, the animal bone was the damaged magical item that the immortal had said was in the process of being refined. "That's fine. I'll set up the collapse restrictive spell while I search for it. I'll also look for an exit. If there isn't one, I'll need some time to connect it." Li Yuan clasped hands toward Wang Lin, then looked back at the second floor of the temple. Instead of going up, he walked out of the temple and off into the distance. Wang Lin sat cross-legged outside of the temple. He took out the 9 animal bones from his bag of holding and began to study them. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the past month, Li Yuan had not gained much. In the end, he stopped searching. However, it was worth mentioning that the 8 daggers that he had used to attack Wang Lin had somehow been mastered by Li Yuan. Wang Lin was quite surprised by this, but when he thought about Li Yuan's restriction, he seemed to understand something. During the past month, Li Yuan had set up restrictions on all of the collapse points he had calculated in the storage space. Li Yuan's enthusiasm for scheming against the blood ancestor seemed to be even stronger than Wang Lin's. Just thinking about how, with the help of his restrictive spells, he might have a chance to slay an immortal. Li Yuan's breathing quickened. Although he was clever, he had one weakness, and that was his blind confidence in his own restrictive spells. In addition, he had also considered what would happen if the blood ancestor didn't die. Thus, he made a decision. He would only secretly help but not participate. After he finished setting up the restrictions, he decided to separate from Wang Lin. After all, this matter was too important. Even if Wang Lin had helped him before, he still had to secretly help. In fact, secretly helping Su Ke was already the most he could do. At this moment, it was already not easy to do this. On this day, Li Yuan returned to the temple with a serious expression. He looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression and let out a long sigh. He waved his right hand, and a crystal-like restriction ball floated in front of Wang Lin. "Brother Su, I have placed a total of 1,465 collapse points in this storage space with the annihilation restriction. All you need to do is use your celestial spiritual energy, and this restriction ball will be able to detonate all the restrictions. In an instant, this storage space will completely collapse." Wang Lin picked up the restriction ball and scanned it with his divine sense. After making sure there were no mistakes, he clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks." Li Yuan's expression dimmed slightly. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Brother Su, actually, if you don't want to be found by the blood ancestor, I have a method. However, you need to hide inside a cave and can't come out until the blood ancestor forgets his hatred." Wang Lin smiled calmly and said, "I appreciate Brother Li's good intentions, but in the end, if there is really no way to deal with the blood ancestor, then I will have to trouble Brother Li." Li Yuan pondered for a long time before taking out a jade slip from his bag of holding. He handed it to Wang Lin and said, "Brother Su, this is a record of my Li family's annihilation restriction. Although I can't split your heart restriction without going to the ancestral hall, if you study it, it will be helpful. There are also a few ways to hide your aura." Wang Lin silently accepted it and nodded his head. Li Yuan let out a sigh, and his hand formed a seal. A transfer array appeared before him. This array was not stable and seemed like it could collapse at any moment. "Brother Su, this transfer array can only be opened 3 times. You have to be careful." Li Yuan looked at Wang Lin once more before stepping into the transfer array. He didn't look back, but softly said, "If I had nothing to worry about, I would definitely stay and witness how my Li family's restriction scheme against a nirvana cleanser cultivator. Brother Su, take care." Li Yuan's sigh still lingered in the air. His figure flickered within the teleportation portal and disappeared. Wang Lin raised his head. His eyes became cold, and he muttered to himself, "Blood ancestor, Yao Shi Shue. Even if you have the blood soul pill, I, Wang Lin, will make a gamble to see if you can completely revive." Wang Lin had a bag of holding. This bag had come from Yao Shi Shue, but he couldn't open it. Wang Lin could only place restrictions on it so that the aura inside wouldn't spread too far. Aside from this bag of holding, Wang Lin also had a real blood soul pill, but he had used it against the scattered devil in the demon spirit land. Although he knew that there were more blood soul pills inside, he couldn't open them. Even the blood ancestor couldn't have too many of these heaven-defying pills. Adding on the years of consumption, I'm afraid he only has 1 or 2 on him. As he sneered, Wang Lin took out the restriction ball that imprisoned Yao Shi Shue. He was no longer interested in asking and threw the restriction ball deep into the mountain range in the distance. After doing all of this, Wang Lin stepped into the transfer array. The transfer array lit up and disappeared with Wang Lin. "Blood ancestor, since you won't let Wang go, then Wang will have to kill the celestial that Li Yuan spoke of." Finally, he finished writing. He was certain that there would be a asterisk tomorrow. If he was in good shape, he would try to write asterisk until the 30th. Today, he had written 3 chapters. Even though it was nighttime, it was still hot enough to make people feel thirsty. Fellow cultivators, I'm begging for monthly votes. In addition, there were a lot fewer recommendation votes. It was unknown if he would still be on a recommendation list next week. Fellow cultivators, recommendation votes don't cost money, especially those who haven't subscribed. Can I even give recommendation votes? Alas. Chapter 760. When Wang Lin walked out of the transfer array, the ripples from the transfer array dissipated. What appeared before him was an unfamiliar land. The sky was still gloomy, and there was thunder moving around. At a glance, he couldn't see the edge of the ground. Although it was unfamiliar, there was a familiar aura. This was still the Thunder Celestial Realm. Li Yuan is very talented. Wang Lin looked into the distance. He rarely admired people, but Li Yuan's various restrictions made him admire him. To be able to set up a transfer array in a storage space created by a celestial, the amount of restrictions involved was something that Wang Lin had to admit was very difficult for him to do. After withdrawing his gaze, Wang Lin raised his right hand and hit the transfer array behind him. The transfer array immediately shrank until it was the size of a fist. Wang Lin grabbed it and put it inside his bag of holding. He looked around, and then his figure flickered and he flew off into the distance. After flying for a few days, Wang Lin secretly remembered the location. He carefully landed in a mountain range, and after confirming there was nothing abnormal, he went underground. He found a place to hide Yao Shishua's bag of holding. After placing a few more restrictions, Wang Lin carefully left. If he kept this bag of holding on him, it would be too eye-catching and wouldn't fit with Wang Lin's plan. After hiding the bag of holding, Wang Lin quickly moved underground. After traveling a long distance, he appeared on a plain and looked back at the mountain range in the distance. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he flew off into the distance. His speed was very fast, and he didn't stop at this fragment. When he arrived at the edge, he stepped onto the void chain and quickly flew away. After carefully flying along the void chain for 1 month, Wang Lin saw another fragment. He took a deep breath and used the Earth Escape technique to find a place to sit down. His hands formed a seal, and he placed down restrictions one by one. During this 1 month of flying, Wang Lin focused on studying the restrictions on how to hide his aura from the Blood Ancestor. Due to the great danger from the Blood Ancestor, Wang Lin's research progressed very quickly. Although he couldn't completely hide from the Blood Ancestor's divine sense, he could hide himself a bit. Normally, he wouldn't be able to hide himself, but with Wang Lin's plan, there was a chance he could hide himself. Restrictions appeared around his body, forming a circular restriction ball. Wang Lin sat inside, and just as the restriction ball was about to close, the Celestial Guard puppet stepped out. Looking at the Celestial Guard, Wang Lin revealed a gloomy smile. He threw out the crystal from the transfer array and slowly closed his eyes. A part of his origin soul separated from his body and entered the Celestial Guard's body. This was one of the Celestial Guard spells. It allowed the Refiner's origin soul to enter and control it. After his origin soul separated, the moment Wang Lin closed his eyes, the last restriction flew out from his right hand and entered the restriction ball. The ball flashed and quickly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a speck of light and disappeared. The Celestial Guard opened its eyes, and there was a flash of coldness. It grabbed the transfer array crystal and swallowed it. Then it charged out of the ground. After waving his body for a moment, Wang Lin, who was using the body of the Celestial Guard, scanned the ground with his divine sense and was unable to find his original body. If I didn't have this Celestial Guard body, perhaps I wouldn't be able to hide from the Blood Ancestor. However, I've taken the initiative to deliver myself to him. Once the Blood Ancestor notices me, he will be attracted by the origin soul inside this body. Wang Lin lowered his head to look at his current body. In a flash, he turned into a meteor and charged off into the distance. His divine sense spread out, and at this moment, he was like a bright light in the dark. If someone was looking for him, they would immediately be able to lock onto him. Along the way, Wang Lin was unrestrained. He had been suppressing this feeling ever since he arrived in the big All-Heaven Star system. After all, he had escaped here, and the old monsters of the Alliance Star system could catch up to him at any time. Reality forced him to be cautious. However, now that the Blood Ancestor had arrived, Wang Lin relaxed his mind, adding on the fact that he was using the Celestial Guard body. Although it wasn't as strong as his original body, it was far stronger than most cultivators and body-refining cultivators. As a result, Wang Lin naturally gave off an arrogant aura as he flew. Blood Ancestor, right now, Wang is only waiting for you. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes was extremely strong. He was going to kill. Perhaps it was because of his killing intent and the fact that his body had reached the illusory realm. But even if other cultivators encountered him, they would hesitate and avoid him. Wang Lin didn't search for treasures. He flew at full speed through the various fragments. Every time he arrived on a continent, his divine sense would spread out like crazy. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 months went by. During these 5 months, Wang Lin had been on a rampage. He had important things to do, so he naturally wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble. However, if anyone dared to attack him, he would throw a punch without any hesitation. His powerful body and the spell formed by Wang Lin's divine sense caused his strength to reach its peak. In these 5 months of time, he had become somewhat famous among the cultivators in the Thunder Celestial Realm. In particular, his body was so powerful that it could compete with magical treasures. As a result, he moved through the various fragments, causing some ascendant cultivators to avoid him. Even some illusory cultivators would frown and avoid him. However, Wang Lin didn't blindly move around. Instead, he moved around the fragments around his original body. As a result, his position was limited, and there were 2 benefits to this. First, he wouldn't miss the Blood Ancestor because he was moving around randomly. Second, he could indirectly protect his original body from being discovered by the Blood Ancestor. After all, if he moved too far away and the Blood Ancestor found his original body first, then he would be in a passive position. He was looking for the blood ancestor, and, similarly, the blood ancestor was looking for him. The distance between the two of them became closer and closer. The blood ancestor was wearing a red robe and walking through the void. Often, one step was like teleportation, and he moved through the chains at an extremely fast speed. His expression was calm, as if he wasn't angry, but the red light in his eyes became even more intense. With his cultivation, even if the world collapsed, he wouldn't be affected. However, his only daughter, Yao Shishue, was his only weakness. For Yao Shishue, he could fight against the great and kill all obstacles. In fact, if he had to choose between reaching the third step and his daughter, the blood ancestor would struggle and hesitate. But in the end, he would still choose his daughter. This was the difference between him, Marquis Ling, and the Grand Yunzi. If it was the Grand Yunzi, he would have given up everything to choose the third step. For the sake of his daughter, he had even given up his dignity and the oath his father had made him swear before his death that he would never set foot in the great all-heaven star system. Father, since you made me swear that oath, why did you leave behind a great all-heaven star system? This question had been in the blood ancestor's mind for a very, very long time. The blood ancestor calmly stepped onto the fragment before him. His divine sense spread out like a violent wind and filled the entire fragment. However, just at this moment, his originally calm face suddenly became cold. He slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with killing intent that was almost corporeal. Wang Lin, the killing intent was so strong that the mountain in front of him was enveloped by the killing intent and instantly collapsed with a boom. As rocks flew and dust flew, the blood ancestor took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. The moment before the blood ancestor stepped onto the fragment, Wang Lin's body shot out like a meteor from the other end of the chain. The moment he arrived on the fragment, before his divine sense spread out, the sky darkened and dark clouds gathered like crazy. Even the ground began to rumble and tremble at this moment. At this moment, all the cultivators on the fragment felt their souls tremble. No matter what their cultivation levels were, illusory yin or corporeal yang, the difference in cultivation levels was like a ravine, making it impossible for them to resist. It was as if a great pressure had descended. Wang Lin's body immediately stopped. His eyes shined brightly as he stared into the distance and revealed a sneer. It's finally here, thunder boomed in the sky. At this moment, countless layers of clouds seemed to be torn apart by a pair of huge hands. They quickly parted to the sides, and a blood-red glow shone down. The powerful divine sense was like a storm, engulfing the entire fragment. This divine sense was too strong, and it contained a second-step spell. This caused the fragment to begin to collapse. The red light coming out from the clouds before Wang Lin was even more dazzling. It was as if the fragment was covered in red light, as if it had been thrown into a pool of blood. The red light condensed 1,000 feet before Wang Lin and turned into a figure. In an instant, this figure became corporeal, revealing a red-haired, red-eyebrowed, middle-aged man in a red robe. This man was extremely handsome. Even Qian Feng paled in comparison to him back then. There was a unique aura coming from this man. After he appeared, he calmly looked at Wang Lin and didn't say a word. However, Wang Lin could see a red flame that seemed to be able to burn the earth in the man's calm eyes. He didn't waste any time with Wang Lin. Instead, he raised his right hand and pointed forward. With a point of his finger, crackling sounds echoed. It was as if the sky had been pierced by this finger, and it shot toward the spot between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Wang Lin stared at the blood ancestor and slowly said, "If you kill me, even if Yao Shishue has the blood soul pill, she will die without a doubt." Chapter 761. The blood ancestor coldly looked at Wang Lin. His finger didn't stop and press down until it was 3 inches from Wang Lin. There was a loud bang, and Wang Lin coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body was thrown far away like a kite with a broken string. His body flipped in the air, and when he landed on the ground, cracks appeared on the ground. Wang Lin's body continued to retreat, and every step he took caused cracks to appear on the ground. As the ground continued to shatter, Wang Lin retreated more than 1,000 feet before he stabilized himself. He was in a sorry state, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. There were countless cracks on the ground before him, as if they were proof of how powerful that finger was. The blood ancestor took a step and arrived 100 feet from Wang Lin. He calmly said, "I'll only give you 3 sentences." Blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth once more, and many of the bones in his body were broken. The body of a celestial guard was extremely powerful, and this was the first time it had suffered such a serious injury. However, Wang Lin revealed a smile. This smile was very gloomy. Wang thought that Senior Blood Ancestor would really destroy my avatar with one finger, disregarding Yao Shishue's life and death. Wang Lin had no fear in his heart. Although the Blood Ancestor was strong, he wasn't as strong as the heavens. As a heaven-defying cultivator, he even dared to defy the heavens, much less a mere Blood Ancestor. If the Blood Ancestor's finger had completely landed, Wang Lin believed that the Celestial Guard would have died, and even his divine sense inside would have collapsed. The Blood Ancestor's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked up at the sky and slowly said, "You still have 2 sentences." He really wanted to poke this person to death and then search his soul to find Yao Shishue's whereabouts. However, he had to be cautious. In his view, this Wang Lin was extremely cunning and decisive. Otherwise, how could Wang Lin have set off such a huge wave in the demon spirit land? Wang Lin had even toyed with many old monsters like himself. In the end, they could only watch as Wang Lin disappeared into the vortex. This person came with an avatar, so he naturally isn't afraid of me killing him. If I really kill this avatar, I fear his original body will immediately attack Shishue. The blood soul pill isn't flawless. Wang Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, tidied up his clothes, and slowly said, "Senior Blood Ancestor, Yao Shishue is very safe. In these hundreds of years, Junior hasn't touched a single hair on her. Junior can hand her over and let you and your daughter reunite. However, Senior must let Junior leave and promise not to make trouble for Junior." The Blood Ancestor withdrew his gaze from the sky and looked at Wang Lin. There was no anger in his eyes, only calmness. He said, "Yes." There was no joy or anger in his eyes, only calmness. He said, "Fine. The old man promises to hand over my daughter, and I won't kill you." Wang Lin stared at the Blood Ancestor, and after a long time, he let out a sigh. He couldn't tell if what the Blood Ancestor had said was true or false. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a crystal. It landed on the side and immediately turned into a transfer array. This array was not stable and showed signs of collapsing. Wang Lin slowly said, "Yao Shishue is inside this array." He didn't continue to play tricks with the Blood Ancestor. The Blood Ancestor had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, so in terms of cunning, he could only be more cunning than Wang Lin. Against someone like this, scheming would only be a waste. After understanding all of this, Wang Lin's trap for the Blood Ancestor went from a hidden scheme to an open one. After throwing out the transfer array, Wang Lin's body flickered, and he quickly retreated toward the void at the edge of the continent. His speed was extremely fast. He had already used all of his cultivation on this. Blood Ancestor, Wang has given you a chance. What you choose is not up to me, but up to you. If you believe me and enter the array first, it shows that you are magnanimous and that your promise is true. Then I, Wang Lin, will also be magnanimous for once. If you believe me, I will believe you. But if you don't enter the array and come to kill me, it means that you don't believe Wang and that your promise is false. Then don't blame Wang for being ruthless and killing a celestial. Wang Lin's eyes flashed coldly, and he moved even faster. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to be enemies with the Blood Ancestor. If he hadn't been helpless back then, he wouldn't have imprisoned Yao Shishue. He had asked Li Yuan to open the transfer array 3 times in order to cooperate with his plan. The Blood Ancestor looked at the transfer array and scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately felt a trace of Yao Shishue's aura. Although he couldn't see where the transfer array was, he could clearly sense his daughter's aura. The transfer array was indeed connected to Yao Shishue. He took a step forward and arrived before the transfer array. With a grab, the array collapsed and turned into countless specks of light. The blood ancestor's right hand grabbed all the specks of light and condensed them back into crystals. Shortly after, he suddenly turned around and gloomily looked at Wang Lin, who was quickly escaping into the void. He muttered, "You trapped my daughter for hundreds of years, and you want the old man to let you go with just a few words. The old man doesn't believe in Tao, so how could he not kill you?" As he spoke, his eyes revealed a killing intent that had been brewing for hundreds of years. He took a step forward and suddenly chased after Zhao Jioga. As Wang Lin escaped along the thunder chain, he immediately felt a powerful killing intent coming from behind him. He let out a sigh, and a flash of coldness appeared in his eyes. "Blood ancestor, don't blame Wang for this. It's not that Wang is vicious, it's just that you keep pestering him." The blood ancestor strode forward, his eyes filled with intense, killing intent. He lifted his right hand and then pushed it down viciously, causing the air around him to tremble. The thunder chain under Wang Lin's feet instantly collapsed and was broken in half. At the same time, the surrounding void was shrouded in a sea of blood, completely surrounding Wang Lin. Refined. With a roar, the surrounding sea of blood began to boil and gather toward Wang Lin. It was too fast, and in an instant, it entered Wang Lin's body through all the hairs on his body. It instantly spread out the divine sense that Wang Lin had sent into the Celestial Guard. An indescribable pain immediately spread through Wang Lin's body. Inside the Celestial Guard, Wang Lin's origin soul felt extreme pain, as if it was being torn apart piece by piece. Compared to the origin soul, the Celestial Guard's body was much more powerful. Under the refinement of the sea of blood, the Celestial Guard was able to resist it, causing the refinement process to slow down. This wasn't the end. A ray of blood light shot out from the Celestial Guard's head and disappeared into the void. It didn't really disappear, but it used a strange celestial spell to break through the void and close in on the place where Wang Lin's main body was hiding. The blood ancestor's hatred for Wang Lin had reached a peak. He wanted to refine Wang Lin's avatar and origin soul. He could even use this spell to refine Wang Lin's original body that was hiding somewhere. The fragment where the main body was hiding was instantly covered by a red light. The red light on the ground was like a sea that rushed toward where Wang Lin's main body was. It penetrated the ground and condensed into a red needle that stabbed toward Wang Lin. If Wang Lin was hit by this needle, his origin soul would immediately collapse and he would immediately die. Wang Lin's main body, which was hiding underground, suddenly opened his eyes. Without any hesitation, he took out the restriction ball that Li Yuan had given him. He spat out celestial spiritual energy and controlled half of the restrictions in his storage space to collapse. At the same time, his body flickered and he charged out from the ground. The red needle chased after him. "Blood ancestor, I wonder if your daughter will be safe as the void collapses." Inside the Celestial Guard, Wang Lin's origin soul let out a muffled groan and sent out that last sentence before collapsing. The blood ancestor's expression changed. He immediately felt the fluctuations of collapse coming from the transfer array crystal in his hand. He didn't have time to deal with Wang Lin and the puppet that hadn't been refined yet. He threw out the crystal and placed a stabilizing seal on it. The crystal immediately turned into a transfer array. This was the third time it had been opened, and it would also be the last time. When the teleportation array opened, a destructive aura instantly seeped out. However, the blood ancestor didn't have time to think too much about it at this moment. He took a step forward with a gloomy expression and directly entered the teleportation array. The seal that stabilized the array came into play at this moment and prevented the teleportation array from collapsing after the blood ancestor entered. The blood ancestor's figure disappeared. The moment he entered the storage space, his expression changed greatly. With his experience, he immediately recognized that this was a storage space opened by a celestial. A chill rose in his heart. In these countless years, he hadn't felt the threat of death. Even when he had challenged Tion Yunzi many times, his scalp hadn't gone numb like this. In the end, he was just a cultivator. At this moment, he could clearly feel his heart pounding. Over the years, he had gained a detailed understanding of the storage space of Celestials. He knew very well that if this storage space were to collapse, then it would instantly destroy everything within it. Even if he had the Blood Soul pill, it would still be useless before such destruction. Unless he swallowed all the Blood Soul pills at once, he might be able to resist the destruction of the storage space by relying on the mysterious power inside. Damn it! How did this Wang Lin find a storage space? Even if Tion Yunzi wanted to find a place like this, he would have to rely on luck. Wang Lin, the old man will never forgive you. The blood ancestor clenched his teeth. After he entered, he immediately felt his daughter's aura and charged toward a valley. In an instant, he found a restriction ball that sealed Yao Shishue. He didn't even have time to undo the restriction before putting the restriction ball away. At this moment, outside, Wang Lin, who was being chased by the Red Needle, had a ferocious expression. He activated all the restrictions on the storage space, causing it to begin its final collapse. You want to kill me, so I'll kill the Celestial and let you die. Wang Lin's 2 fingers formed a sword and pointed at his body 9 times to increase his speed. The red needle behind him seemed to have entered his bones and bones as it chased after him. Holding on to Yao Shishue's restriction sphere, the blood ancestor seemed to have gone crazy. His usual calmness was gone, replaced by a red glow. He seemed to have gone crazy as he charged toward the teleportation formation that he had left a mark on. The storage space around him collapsed, and the 2 mountain ranges were torn apart. A destructive force spread out as if it was going to drown him. Wang Lin, if the old man escapes, I swear I'll kill you no matter where I go. Tomorrow, there would be another explosion. The finger attack would last until the end of the month. Many readers wouldn't be able to imagine what would happen next. I can't reveal it. I'll find out in a few days. Anyway, it will be very fun. Asking for monthly votes. Only 2 days left. Asking for monthly votes. Chapter 762. The blood ancestor's voice was filled with killing intent as it filled the storage space. The mountains were torn apart and the valleys seemed to melt. In an instant, more than 1,000 restrictions were activated, causing the storage space to collapse. At this moment, the blood ancestor's eyes were bloodshot. He was almost crazy and his speed was unimaginable. With 1 step, he arrived next to the transfer array that had been reinforced by a spell. At this moment, the storage space behind him seemed to be burned by a black flame. The flame rushed toward the blood ancestor and wanted to devour him. Just as the blood ancestor was about to step into the transfer array and leave, Wang Lin, who was being chased by the Red Needle, had an extremely gloomy expression. Although the origin soul he had formed inside the Celestial Guard had been destroyed, the Celestial Guard still existed under the blood ancestor's refinement. Through a connection with the Celestial Guard, Wang Lin could see the blood ancestor's figure quickly condense inside the transfer array. Once the blood ancestor rushed out, Wang Lin believed he would without a doubt die. There would be no chance of him surviving. At this moment of crisis, he let out a sigh and made a decisive decision. I couldn't fulfill my promise to you. Wang will make it up to me later. Outside the teleportation array, the eyes of the Celestial Guard that was being refined by the sea of blood flashed. The golden light instantly became dense and covered its entire body. Popping sounds came from the Celestial Guard's body, and a destructive aura mixed in. It was as if a storm had erupted inside the Immortal Guard's body. The golden light around his body was like sharp swords that frantically spread out. The illusory Een Realm Immortal Guard puppet exploded, creating a terrifying power that allowed the Immortal Guard to break free from the Blood Ancestor's control. However, although the Blood Ancestor's spell was no longer under its control, it was still extraordinary. After being refined, it reduced the power of the Celestial Guard's explosion by nearly 60%. With 40% of the destructive power, the Celestial Guard rushed out and arrived next to the transfer array. The moment the Blood Ancestor appeared, the Celestial Guard's body shined brightly like the sun. At this moment, a tremendous amount of energy burst forth. Under the influence of this force, the transfer array immediately collapsed. Without any pause, it turned into specks of light and dissipated. Half of the Blood Ancestor's body was already inside the teleportation portal. He let out a loud roar as his body was forced out. He could only watch as the teleportation portal in front of him rapidly dissipated. It was so fast that it seemed as if thousands of years had been compressed into a single breath. At this moment of crisis, the Blood Ancestor's eyes revealed a strange light. He didn't hesitate to look at the restriction ball where Yao Shishue was and crush it under the explosion of the storage space. Even if Yao Shishue ate a blood soul pill, she still wouldn't be able to revive with just one pill. Therefore, the Blood Ancestor personally crushed the restriction in order to revive Yao Shishue. With the Blood Ancestor's understanding of the blood soul pill, the moment he saw the restriction ball, he knew that Yao Shishue had eaten the blood soul pill. Behind him, black flames surged forth. The Blood Ancestor's body glowed with a red light as he tried to delay the collapse of his storage dimension. He wanted to buy time for Yao Shishue so that she wouldn't be affected during the resurrection process. The Blood Ancestor opened his arms, and his mid-stage nirvana cleanser cultivation erupted without reservation. Bursts of blood light came from his body and resisted the black flames that were devouring him. His body was instantly surrounded by the black flames and continued to burn. Intense pain that he hadn't felt in tens of thousands of years assaulted his body. However, none of this was a problem for the Blood Ancestor. He did his best to protect the area 30 feet before him as Yao Shishue's divine sense dissipated. A few breaths of time felt like tens of thousands of years. Under the protection of her father, Yao Shishue's divine sense dissipated as the restriction ball collapsed. During this process, she wasn't affected at all by the collapse of the storage space. In the demon spirit land, where Yao Shishue had swallowed the blood soul pill, the red light gathered and Yao Shishue's naked body slowly appeared. After she appeared, she raised her head and looked at the sky in the distance. Her eyes were filled with sorrow and unforgettable killing intent. Seeing his daughter's divine sense safely dissipate, the Blood Ancestor revealed the kind smile of a father. In an instant, his body was covered in black flames. At this moment, he took out 3 blood soul pills from his storage pouch. Instead of swallowing them, he crushed them all. Only Shursan's 3 blood soul pills remained. Most of them were with Yao Shishue, so the Blood Ancestor only had these 3 pills left. The blood soul elixir shattered, and a blue liquid spread out from within, dissipating along with the black flames. At that moment, the entire storage space collapsed. Everything inside vanished. They didn't rush into the void, but rather, they completely collapsed, leaving no trace of their existence. The fragment that Wang Lin was hiding on was extremely fast. His body flashed 9 times as he continued to escape. The red needle chased closely behind him. However, at the next breath, the red needles stopped chasing and collapsed layer by layer until they were about to completely dissipate. Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief. His clothes were soaked in cold sweat, and when the wind blew, he felt a chill run down his spine. In front of him, the red needle had already become translucent and was slowly dissipating. However, right at this moment, the red needle that was about to completely disappear suddenly trembled and no longer dissipated. Instead, it turned around and was about to fly into the distance. Not dead, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with terror, and he charged out without hesitation. His hand reached at the void, and he spat out essence origin energy. The essence origin energy formed a cage and trapped the escaping red needle. The red needle let out a sharp whistling sound as if it wanted to rush out and attack the cage. Every time it hit the cage, Wang Lin's face would become a bit paler. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes as he activated the celestial spiritual energy in his body to increase the strength of the cage. He slowly pulled the cage closer and stared at the red needle. His eyes were filled with decisiveness. Seal, With a roar, the cage instantly shrank until it formed a seal around the red needle. Then he grabbed the needle and landed on the ground. If it weren't for the fact that the Blood Ancestor's spells had been weakened, it would have been impossible for Wang Lin to seal it. However, at this moment, the needle was at its weakest. Wang Lin used all the celestial spiritual energy in his body to finally seal it. Despite this, it was still unstable, and the red needle seemed like it could break out at any moment. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and his expression was extremely gloomy. The Blood Ancestor is not dead, but even if he is not dead, he must be extremely weak, or else the needle wouldn't be able to change like this. Once the Blood Ancestor recovers, he will immediately kill me. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he stared at the red needle. The needle was translucent and seemed to be on the verge of death. This needle must have been attracted back to the Blood Ancestor. I can't miss this opportunity. I have to risk it. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and threw the red needle. The needle flickered and flew off into the distance. Wang Lin quickly followed and adjusted the celestial spiritual energy in his body. The red needle had a seal on it, so it was much easier to track it. One person and one needle moved very fast in the Thunder Celestial Realm and would often disappear in a flash. In the Thunder Celestial Realm, there were countless tiny drops of blood floating in the void. These drops of blood gave off a blue glow, and at first glance, they looked very gorgeous. Every drop of blood contained a sliver of the Blood Ancestor's origin soul and a large amount of origin energy. When the storage space collapsed, he used the power of 3 blood soul pills to cast a secret spell of the Yao family to survive. When he came to the Luo Tian star system, the Blood Ancestor was too confident and didn't take the blood soul pill. Otherwise, he would have appeared in the Alliance star system's blood planet after using this secret spell. In the void, these drops of blood weren't motionless. They were slowly gathering. Once they fused, he would awaken. This process slowly continued. 3 months later, the originally scattered drops of blood were very close together, and some of them had even fused together. The Blood Ancestor's origin soul was also gradually awakening. Once it awakened, his recovery speed would double. On this day, almost 60% of the drops of blood had fused together. The Blood Ancestor's origin soul showed signs of awakening from its lost state. However, right at this moment, a bolt of lightning whistled through the air in the distance. That bolt of lightning was a silver-horned lightning beast. There was a chain tied around the beast's neck, and there were many talismans hanging all over its body. It appeared to be quite messy. Even the silver horn on its head had a small hole pierced by an unknown object, and an iron ring was fastened to it. The beast's eyes revealed a pitiful expression. It was impossible to imagine how it had survived this period of time. Look, this is the appearance that matches the old man's identity. This is the Thunder Beast. You have to know that even the Golden Horn Thunder Beasts would feel inferior if they saw you like this. You are the most unique among the Thunder Beasts. Believe in the old man. There is no mistake, the old man, and you are fated. There was an old man sitting on the back of the Thunder Beast. This old man's right hand was holding the chain around the Thunder Beast's neck. It was as if he was riding a horse. He was very relaxed. Far behind him, there was a large group of lightning bolts following him like meteors. Within each bolt of lightning was a lightning beast, and their eyes were filled with fear. The old man would occasionally raise his left hand to play with the iron ring on the Thunder Beast's silver horn. His eyes were filled with admiration. The old man, and you are fated. I almost don't want to return him to that little fellow. The Thunder Beast's body trembled. The Thunder Beast's body trembled. At this moment, it was completely terrified of this old man, especially when he said the word fate. To it, it was like a nightmare. It could never forget that the old man would always say that they were fated while placing some strange things on its body. However, it wasn't satisfied with anything on its body except the iron ring. That's right, this is the place. He, a powerful mid-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivator, actually has such a day. Fated. The old man looked at the large amount of blood in the distance, and his eyes shined. Chapter 763. The blood melting technique is a divine ability of old Yao's direct line of descent. Today, I've finally caught it. The old man rubbed his chin, and his eyes shone brightly as they swept over the blood droplets. He is indeed worthy of being the fated person chosen by the old man to come up with such a method to deal with a nirvana cleanser cultivator. Forget it. Who told him to be the fated person chosen by the old man? Perhaps the old man will have to help him. The old man licked his lips and reached out with his hand. All the drops of blood were caught by him without any resistance. With one squeeze, all the drops of blood fused together. The blood ancestor's origin soul completed the fusion and awakened. Thank you, Senior, for your help. My Yao family will reward you greatly. The blood ancestor's divine sense came from the drop of blood. There was no emotion or emotion. It was extremely calm. The old man touched the thunder beast's silver horn and fiddled with it. Stop pretending. You're clearly scared to death. You're worried that the old man has ill intentions and will refine you into a pill. You even brought up the Yao family. Even if the blood god of the Yao family comes, the old man wouldn't be afraid of him. The blood ancestor pondered a bit and sent out a divine sense message. No matter what, I have to thank Senior for your help. The old man pouted and said, This old man is the most reasonable. You see, I helped you shorten the fusion time. I didn't know that your Yao family's soul fusion blood spell can't be forcibly fused. Once you do, your cultivation level will drop several levels. Although you have dropped to the late stage of Nirvana Scryer, I didn't know about this. You can't blame me. The blood ancestor silently pondered and suppressed the anger in his origin soul. He calmly sent out a divine sense message. No problem. Since Senior didn't know, then this is my fate. If Senior has nothing else, please release the spell and let me leave. The old man laughed and his eyes lit up. Little brat from the Yao family, we are fated. The thunder beast trembled. It looked at the blood ancestor with a hint of sympathy, but even more of schadenfreude. The blood ancestor silently pondered. Didn't you say you wanted to repay me? Now repay me. The old man raised his right hand and grabbed at the air. He immediately pulled out blood ancestor's origin soul from the blood that had fused together. Then he squeezed and tore off half of the origin soul. Then he waved his right hand and split the blood in half. Yes, half an origin soul and half a blood body. This is enough to repay the old man for helping you. The old man laughed and waved his hand. He sent the remaining half of the blood ancestor's origin soul into the blood and blew on it. The blood immediately boiled and collapsed into countless drops of blood. The blood ancestor's origin soul didn't even have time to send out a divine sense message before it fell asleep again. Although the old man's plan will definitely succeed, with this half of the Yao family's origin soul and blood body, it will be better to have a bit more certainty. The old man let out a mischievous laugh. He didn't even look at the drops of blood as he left this place with the Thunder Beast. In the void, Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he followed the red needle. Suddenly, the red needle released a powerful aura and broke through Wang Lin's seal. This change caused Wang Lin's eyes to narrow. However, the flickering red needle instantly dimmed. In fact, it was even weaker than before, as if it could collapse at any moment. In a flash, it shot into the void. Wang Lin frowned. After a moment of hesitation, he followed. I have to take advantage of this opportunity to kill the blood ancestor. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and sped up in pursuit. Time passed. Wang Lin had forgotten how much time had passed. He had forgotten that the burning pain in his body was no longer as intense as before. Instead, it was growing weaker. He had forgotten all of that. The only thing he could see was the red needle that was on the verge of collapsing. Gradually, the red needle moved faster and faster. Wang Lin was no longer able to keep up. However, at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. His eyes were filled with coldness as he looked ahead. In front of him were more than 10 balls of blood of different sizes. They were circling around each other as if they were about to close in. The red needle flashed and entered one of the balls of blood. Suddenly, the smell of blood filled the air. The ball of blood that had entered the red needle began to move strangely toward the other balls of blood. Blood Ancestor. A flash of killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Without hesitation, he slapped his bag of holding, and the mountain soul flew out. After extracting the soul, Wang Lin pressed the mountain soul forward. The mountain stone soul whistled out and collapsed in front of the 10 or so blood-red orbs, forming a massive wave of power that caused the blood-red orbs to tremble. However, the mountain stone soul's power was not enough, and the blood-red orbs quickly fused together. After throwing out the mountain soul, Wang Lin took a step forward. He took out the celestial sword from his bag of holding and slashed down. The heavenly chop was like lightning. As the sword slashed down, 2 of the balls of blood that were in the process of fusing were immediately cut off. Wang Lin didn't stop. The powerful thunder inside his origin soul erupted from his body, forming bolts of thunder that charged at the balls of blood. Under this intense attack, the balls of blood began to tremble violently. The Blood Ancestor's origin soul seemed to be struggling to awaken. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and even more thunder surged out from his origin soul. At this moment, he didn't hold back and used all of the power of thunder on the balls of blood. At the same time, he raised the celestial sword and slashed down once more. With a bang, one of the balls of blood collapsed. A miserable groan came from the void, and the other balls of blood began to condense at an extremely fast speed. The Blood Ancestor's origin soul was about to awaken. Killing intent flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He had a feeling that once these balls of blood condensed, he would no longer have a chance to kill the Blood Ancestor. His right hand pointed forward, and he shouted, "Stop!" The stop spell was instantly used, but the Blood Ancestor's origin soul was too powerful. Even with Wang Lin's cultivation level, the stop spell wasn't enough to stop it. The celestial spiritual energy in his body circulated madly, and even his meridians were in pain. Because his primordial spirit had been injured, he hadn't had time to rest. Now that the burden was on him, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Freeze!" The balls of blood that were condensing only paused for a moment under Wang Lin's overload. At this moment, the karma whip appeared and mercilessly lashed out. At the same time, the last ray of Ling Tianho's sword energy charged out from Wang Lin's body toward the balls of blood. The karma whip, Ling Tianho's sword energy, and the countless bolts of thunder inside Wang Lin's origin soul seemed to fuse together at this moment. They charged into the balls of blood the moment the Blood Ancestor awakened. Collapse. The balls of blood that had fused together collapsed at this moment. Countless drops of blood split into 2, carrying the Blood Ancestor's unwilling roar. One part escaped at unimaginable speed with the Blood Ancestor's origin soul, and the other part charged back toward Wang Lin. The drops of blood that charged toward Wang Lin immediately surrounded Wang Lin and entered his body through his pores. Intense pain spread through his body, causing Wang Lin's body to tremble, and he coughed out another mouthful of blood. It was as if he had been hit by a powerful force and was thrown into the void. The celestial sword was controlled by Su Ligua and chased after Wang Lin with the mountain. Although Su Ligua's nature was rebellious, he panicked at this moment. His first thought wasn't to fly away by himself or to be free, but to chase after Wang Lin, who had been thrown into the void. He wanted to circle around Wang Lin and fly into the void with him. Wang Lin had completely passed out. Every drop of blood that entered his body contained a large amount of origin energy. This origin energy was something the Blood Ancestor had cultivated for countless years, so it was extremely precious. However, in Wang Lin's body, this origin energy was the sword that would kill him. However, sometimes there was a chance in this world. When the old man who asked for the Thunder Beast spat out a mouthful of origin energy, he inadvertently spat out a lot more origin energy. This origin energy would erupt the moment Wang Lin's body burned. Whether or not Wang Lin could withstand it was another matter, but there was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to withstand it and his origin soul would collapse. However, at this moment, the Blood Ancestor was seriously injured. In order to escape and kill Wang Lin, he split off half of his blood body to attack Wang Lin's body. His original intention was to kill, but he inadvertently gave Wang Lin a great fortune that was second only to seeing the direction of the third step. There was a thunderous rumble as Wang Lin's body collided with a fragment that wasn't connected to the lightning and was floating in the void. Not all the fragments in the Thunder Celestial Realm were connected to each other. There were some very small fragments that floated in the void. Wang Lin's body charged deep into the ground of this fragment before he stopped. He was completely unconscious, but his body was rapidly changing. His body was filled with a large amount of origin energy. This origin energy came from the large amount of blood. Even his origin soul was undergoing a shocking change. It was surrounded by such dense origin energy and began to absorb it. His cultivation was rapidly advancing toward the illusory Yin realm. There shouldn't be any clouds in the void outside this fragment, but at this moment, clouds appeared. These clouds were exactly the same as the divine retribution that Wang Lin faced when he reached the ascendant stage in the demon spirit land. As for the blood ancestor, due to the fusion of the blood, his origin soul had awakened and regained consciousness. However, his body wasn't corporeal, it was dark red. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never been this weak. This kind of weakness even made him feel a deep chill. His hatred for Wang Lin had reached a peak. He had never hated a person this much before. Wang Lin was the first. Chapter 764. The collapse of the storage dimension forced him to use the spirit-blood fusion technique. Encountering that mysterious elder, he could only blame his bad luck. Half of his nascent divinity and the blood clone formed from his countless years of cultivation had been taken away. This caused his cultivation level to decrease greatly. If that was it, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the old man's last slap had caused his origin soul to become lost once more. He had to wait for the blood to fuse once more. Apart from that, the old man's slap also contained a powerful force that seemed to be able to imprison him. Just as the fusion reached a critical moment and he was about to awaken for the second time, Wang Lin appeared. The blood ancestor had suffered many setbacks, so he could only escape in the end. At this moment, he was extremely weak, and his origin soul was filled with monstrous rage. Wang Lin, the old man will never forgive you. The blood ancestor howled madly. He had already lost all rationality, and anyone else who had experienced so much would have lost all rationality. The restriction left by the mysterious old man in his origin soul almost made him go crazy. After flying for a while, he suddenly turned around and chased after the direction Wang Lin had disappeared. The old man would rather not heal himself than kill you. The fragment of land that Wang Lin was on slowly floated in the void. Wang Lin's eyes were closed, and the celestial sword circled his body. Su Ligua floated on the side with a bitter expression and muttered to himself, "Logically speaking, I should leave. But I can't leave this fiend here. Alas, I, Su Ligua, am a loyal person, and I can't abandon my master. If I don't escape this time, I believe this fiend will value me even more, and there will be more benefits in the future. Hee, your grandpa Su is still the smartest." Su Ligua's eyes turned, and he made up his mind. Also, this fiend is only an avatar. His original body. Thinking about the original body, Su Ligua shivered. If there was anyone in the world that could make him feel fear from the bottom of his heart, it was his original body. In the Alliance star system, on an abandoned planet that gave off lightning, there was a natural cave in the depths of the planet. The lightning in the cave was even stronger, and at the bottom of the cave sat a person. This person's hair was as red as blood, and his entire body gave off a chilling aura. Between his eyebrows, there were 4 stars slowly rotating. As he breathed in and out, strands of spiritual energy came from all directions and fused into his body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and within his terrifying calmness, there was a trace of bloodthirsty, killing intent. Blood ancestor, you forced Wang Lin's avatar into a coma. How can I let this matter go? He was Wang Lin's original body. His true body clenched his fists and slowly rose to his feet. After a long moment of silence, he shot up into the air. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out as he burst out of the ground. All of the soil and stone above him were shattered. There was a loud bang as his original body charged out from the eastern part of the planet, causing a large amount of dust to scatter. After he rushed out, he did not stop at all. He stepped on the void and headed straight for the starry sky. In the starry sky, his original body spread out his arms, and a series of crisp crackling sounds came from his body. This sound became more and more frequent, and the veins on his body swelled up. In the end, the sound from his body was like muffled thunder that continued to spread out. Gradually, his body began to change. His legs became thicker and longer. Even his arms were the same. Slowly, his entire body began to expand like a balloon. His body grew like crazy, and during this process, the sound from his body became even heavier, as if it was a roar from ancient times. There was no pain on his face. There was only calmness and anger in his eyes. His body became larger and larger, and after half an incense stick of time, a 1,000-foot tall giant appeared. His body gave off a wild aura, and his skin was covered in coarse runes. As they flashed, he gave off an unimaginable sense of majesty. A roar came from the original body. This roar seemed to come from ancient times, and it was filled with an aura that looked down on the world. As this roar echoed, everything in the surrounding space seemed to recall an ancient memory and retreated. Even some of the fierce beasts on the nearby planets prostrated on the ground. Their bodies trembled, and it was a trembling that came from their souls. Ancient gods were the gods of space. In the era where ancient gods ruled, all life had to respect them. At this moment, after the ancient gods had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, this roar seemed to shout at the stars. The ancient gods had reappeared. At this moment, Wang Lin finally had the majesty of an ancient god. He was an ancient god. Starting from 4 stars, an ancient god's body would grow like crazy. Before, he had been suppressed by Wang Lin, but now he no longer suppressed himself. Instead, he revealed his ancient god body to the world for the first time. Only by revealing his ancient god body could he be called a true ancient god and possess the power of a true ancient god. Blood ancestor, you seriously injured my avatar, so I'll destroy your blood planet. The original body's eyes were ruthless as he took a step forward. It was as if space itself was trembling. With one step, the original body charged into the distance as if he was walking on flat ground. As he walked, his original body raised his large right hand and pointed at the spot between his eyebrows. A large amount of spiritual force appeared in his body and formed a mark. This mark gave off an ancient aura and covered the star between his eyebrows, causing it to disappear. This mark wasn't something a cultivator could control. It was an ancient god spell. Its use was to hide the mark of an ancient god. Unless one was extremely powerful, no one would be able to see through their identity. Since there is the giant demon clan in the Alliance star system, then no one will suspect that my 1,000-foot body is an ancient god. There was a flash of coldness in the original body's eyes. His body was really insignificant to an adult ancient god, so he wasn't worried that someone would think he was an ancient god because of the strength of his body. As he ran, his original body was expressionless as he charged toward the blood planet. He had seen the star map left behind by Tian Yunzi, so he naturally knew where the blood planet was. As he walked forward, his eyes narrowed. In front of him, he saw several pieces of rubble of different sizes floating in the starry sky. Rocks like these were very common among the stars. Without any hesitation, his original body took a step forward, and his huge right hand reached out toward one of the boulders that was 1,000 feet wide. He let out a roar, and the boulder was forcibly picked up by him. He used the spiritual force in his body to guide it as he stepped forward again. After his original body left, 2 cultivators flew out from behind a smaller rock. Their bodies trembled, and their eyes were filled with terror. They stared dumbfoundedly at the figure of the original body leaving. What is this? The 2 of them looked at each other and felt their scalps go numb. They quickly escaped from this place. Along the way, whenever Wang Lin encountered a rock, he would pick one that was 1,000 feet large and use his spiritual energy to pull it. These were his weapons. In his inherited memories, the young ancient gods that didn't know many spells used these as weapons. In his memories, these things were very easy to use, and the more the better. Wang Lin left behind a river of rocks as he closed in on the blood planet. He was filled with killing intent. Kill. I won't separate anymore. These 8,400 words were written in one go. I hope everyone enjoyed reading it. If you enjoyed it, please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 765. The Blood Planet was a planet filled with a blood-colored light. It was not located within the sphere of influence of planet Tianyun. It was on the edge and a bit far away from planet Tianyun. In truth, any powerful cultivator that had the ability to occupy a cultivation planet as their cave wouldn't choose to get too close to each other, not even close friends. After all, it was important to be on guard against others. These old monsters that had cultivated for many years knew how important this was. Similarly, cultivators that had the ability to open up a cultivation planet as their cave didn't need the protection of planet Tianyun. As a result, when choosing a cave, they would look for a more remote place. The most important factor in choosing a cultivation planet was its location. It couldn't be within the range of someone else's divine sense, or else their every move would be detected. No one would choose a place like that. The Blood Ancestor was a cultivator with secrets, so he was very careful when choosing his cave. According to the star map given to him by the All-Seer, the Blood Planet was very remote. There were no cultivation planets with powerful cultivators nearby. This was one of the reasons why Wang Lin's original body made a move. With a cold expression, his original body moved very fast toward the Blood Planet, leaving behind a long river of gravel. This star system was simply too large, and the Alliance star system seemed to have no end. His original body's body was simply insignificant compared to it. Along the way, his original body didn't stop. He carried a powerful killing intent and a cold aura as he moved toward the Blood Planet. In a flash, several months passed. During this time, he met some cultivators, but when they saw his original body, they were startled and didn't act rashly. They didn't recognize the ancient gods. It could even be said that in the 4-star systems, there were simply too few cultivators that knew the ancient gods. Most of them only knew a little bit about them from ancient books. What's more, the ancient gods recorded in those ancient books were usually mature 6-star ancient gods. Their bodies were larger than a cultivation planet, and that was the unique mark of the ancient gods. In reality, the aura of a 4-star ancient god was not very obvious. Among cultivators, unless they had personally seen an ancient god in the past, it was impossible to associate it with an ancient god that had been extinct for tens of thousands of years. This was also one of the reasons why the main body chose to appear. All of these reasons were only objective. The real reason why Wang Lin's original body had chosen to act was his rebellious nature. This time, the clone was in a very serious state of unconsciousness. In fact, the connection between the clone and the main body had become very faint, as if it could be severed at any moment. Once the connection was severed, it meant that the clone was dead. An intense killing intent surged in the true body's heart. The avatars that he had cultivated for so many years were no longer primary or secondary in his soul. The avatars were him, and the true body was also him. The death of his avatar was equivalent to him being killed once. At this time, if his original body still chose to hole up and hide, thinking that he could only appear after his cultivation had improved, he would not be Wang Lin. Some things had to be done, even if one couldn't consider the consequences. Ignoring the fact that the chance of finding an ancient god is almost zero, even if I do find one, so what? The eyes of the original body became cold, and he moved even faster. Although many of the offensive spells couldn't be used in the inherited memories of the ancient god, there were a few life-saving spells that Wang Lin could use now that he was a half 4-star ancient god. One of the most effective spells was the spell that the ancient god clan used to protect their young, spirit transformation. By fusing with a planet, Instead of absorbing its spiritual energy, one would turn their entire body into spiritual energy and enter a deep sleep state. This way, unless one encountered an existence on the same level as an ancient god, no one would be able to see through it. This was the spell of an ancient god, and it was on a much higher level than a cultivator's spell. The only thing I need to worry about is Tuo-san. However, if this person escapes, with his 8-star ancient god body, he will immediately be recognized by those powerful cultivators. Even if he causes a catastrophe in the Alliance star system, what does it have to do with me? I, Wang Lin, am not a saint. The coldness in the original body's eyes became even stronger. There were many blood slaves on the blood planet, and they were all controlled by the blood ancestor. Their origin souls had the blood ancestor's imprint. If the blood ancestor lived, they lived. If the blood ancestor died, they died. Most of them were captured by the blood ancestor from the surrounding cultivation countries. He took their freedom and forced them to work for him. Some of them were talented youths that he had collected and raised with blood pills to become blood guards to protect the blood planet. The blood ancestor was a cold person. Only toward his daughter would he show the rare kindness of a father. It could be said that aside from the blood ancestor and his daughter, all living beings on the blood planet were slaves to the blood ancestor. Their life and death could be decided with just a thought. Xin was sitting on an altar outside the blood pavilion with an anxious expression. She would occasionally look back at the blood pavilion behind her. This was the blood ancestor's forbidden area. Even she wasn't allowed to enter. At this moment, several rays of blood light flew over from the distance. They turned into 4 old men before Xin. They all had origin energy fluctuations, so they were clearly second-step cultivators. One of the old men lowered his head and said, "Mistress, another group of blood slaves has died." Xin bit her lower lip and silently pondered. In the past few months, a large number of blood slaves and blood guards on the Blood Star had mysteriously exploded and died. So far, more than 70% of them had died. This kind of thing filled Xin's heart with hesitation. The only explanation was that there was a problem with the blood ancestor. Another old man raised his head, stared at Xin, and slowly asked, "Mistress, where did the blood ancestor go?" Xin's eyes became cold as she coldly said, "Is this something you should be asking?" Xin's eyes became cold, and her heart became even more hesitant. Before this, these people would never speak like this. At this moment, everyone, including herself, was wondering if the blood ancestor was dying. The old man sneered as he turned around and left. His mood was very bad, but at the same time, he felt a trace of relief. He also had the blood ancestor's imprint on him, but that was no longer important. The old man was forcefully sealed by the blood ancestor 6,000 years ago. Even now, without the blood ancestor's order, he doesn't dare to take half a step out of the blood planet. Now that something has happened to the blood ancestor, the old man is waiting for death here, but even if he dies, he will die in my hometown. The old man's eyes were filled with sadness as he flew into the sky. The 3 old men before Xin all raised their heads and looked at their former companions charging into the sky. After pondering for a bit, the 3 of them looked at each other and didn't continue to speak. Instead, they turned into 3 rays of light and charged into the sky. There was a flash of coldness in Xin's eyes as she stood up and shouted, "You all have guts. Aren't you afraid of the blood ancestor returning?" However, before she could finish, one of the old men lowered his head in midair and glared at her coldly. "Noisy, you're only a plaything of the blood ancestor. Do you really think of yourself as the master? We cultivators bow to you because of the blood ancestor. Without the blood ancestor, you are nothing." The old man has been on the blood planet for nearly 10,000 years. I have seen dozens of girls like you. After leaving behind these words, he disappeared into the sky. Xin's body trembled, and she silently pondered. When the 4 red-robed old men flew into the sky, the blood slaves that hadn't died all raised their heads. Their eyes were filled with struggle. It was unknown who flew up first, but in an instant, almost all the blood slaves flew out. Zixian looked at all of this and revealed a decisive gaze. She looked back at the blood pavilion and arrived before it. She recalled the method the blood ancestor used to open it. After hesitating for a bit, she clenched her teeth. Just at this moment, the entire sky suddenly darkened, and a powerful pressure filled the entire blood planet. Zixian was startled. When she raised her head, her face was completely pale. What is this? The four red-robed old men that flew out first clasped their hands at each other. There was no need to speak. Everyone could see the determination in each other's eyes. Just as they were about to split up, they seemed to notice something, and their gazes fell on the distance. In the starry sky, a river made of crushed stones whistled through the air. On the river stood a giant that was over 100 jong tall. This person's eyes were cold and filled with dense killing intent. The four red-robed old men's eyes narrowed as they looked at each other. Then they turned into four rays of light and flew off in different directions. They didn't care why the giant had come. Blood ancestor, you also have such a day. The same words appeared in the hearts of the four red-robed old men. Behind the four old men were a vast number of blood thralls, all of whom charged out into the starry sky. When they saw the true self, they gaped in shock, and yet none of them chose to fight for the blood planet. Instead, they chuckled coldly and dispersed. There were even some that didn't scatter too far away and looked toward the blood planet. They were prepared to personally witness the destruction of the blood planet. With Wang Lin's wisdom, he was able to immediately see through these blood slaves. He didn't stop them and instead charged toward the blood planet with a large amount of rubble. When he was very close to the blood planet, Wang Lin's body rose from the rubble. His giant arms grabbed two boulders and smashed them toward the blood planet. Thunderous rumbles echoed in the air. The two stones were like two meteors as they charged toward the blood planet. The moment they collided with the planet, a blood-colored light suddenly appeared and shattered the two stones. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. He waved his arms and didn't stop. One boulder after another flew toward the blood planet with the help of his powerful arms. In the end, Wang Lin even jumped up and opened his arms. He used the spiritual energy in his body to pull all the rubble toward the blood planet. Countless boulders smashed into the blood planet. Although the blood curtain was strong, without the blood ancestor's control, its power was limited. This was especially true when it faced the enormous power of a young ancient god like Wang Lin. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the blood curtain collapsed. Large amounts of rubble descended, landing on the blood planet. Every time they landed, the planet would tremble, and a visible circular ripple would appear, spreading in all directions. Zixian's face was pale. The trembling of the ground and the destructive power caused her mind to tremble. She personally saw large boulders fall from the sky. Every time they fell, the ground would tremble violently. She couldn't imagine what kind of power this was, and what kind of divine art could achieve this. Too terrifying. Zixian clenched her teeth, and the fear in her heart surged like a tide. She looked at the blood pavilion before her, and her hands formed a seal to imitate the blood ancestor's hand seals. During the years she had been on the blood planet, she had secretly paid attention to the blood ancestor's hand seals. She had memorized them, and when the blood ancestor wasn't around, she would secretly try them, but she didn't dare to use the blood pavilion as her target. Right now, the blood ancestor was on the verge of death. The blood planet was in chaos, and there were enemies attacking. She no longer had any scruples, and her hand seals became faster and faster. As she continued to form seals, the blood pavilion shined brightly and revealed a red tunnel. Zixian's eyes were filled with excitement. Just at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened once more, and a giant shadow appeared on the ground. Zixian was startled and subconsciously looked up. What she saw made her immediately freeze. There was a 1,000-foot giant in the sky. Its cold gaze landed on Zixian's body. Zixian's body trembled. She saw that behind the giant, there were several 1,000-foot large boulders flying toward the ground. Fear immediately appeared in her heart. She immediately lowered her head and looked at the blood pavilion. Without any hesitation, she charged into the passage that had appeared in the blood pavilion. However, the moment she stepped into the passage, a miserable scream came from her mouth. The red light from the tunnel landed on her body, and her skin began to rot at a visible rate. Green smoke came from her body, and even her origin soul collapsed. Before Wang Lin's eyes, this woman's body turned into green smoke and was sucked into the blood tunnel. Wang Lin coldly looked at the blood pavilion on the ground. His hand reached out, and the ground 1,000 feet around the blood pavilion was pulled out of the ground. At this moment, the boulders continued to fall from the sky, turning the entire blood planet into a wreckage. Wang Lin held the blood pavilion with one hand and formed a fist with the other as he punched the ground. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the blood planet became even more unstable. Ripples spread out as if everything had been turned to dust. A moment later, Wang Lin took a step and the blood planet trembled. He flew into the sky and disappeared into the distance. The blood slaves and blood guards watching all of this didn't stop Wang Lin. Instead, most of them clasped their hands in the direction Wang Lin disappeared in. Not long after Wang Lin left, there was a moment of confusion in these people's eyes. It was as if an invisible shackle in their minds had been released. They all scattered and returned to their homelands they hadn't returned to in many years. Chapter 766. The destruction of the blood planet didn't set off much of a wave in the Alliance star system. Adding in the fact that the blood planet was very remote, it wasn't until a long time later that people noticed. Wang Lin's original body grabbed the blood pavilion and flew away. As he flew, his body slowly shrank until he returned to the size of a normal cultivator. As for the blood pavilion, it also shrank after being sealed by him. Wang Lin swallowed it and surrounded it with his spiritual energy. This blood pavilion was very strange, so Wang Lin was going to carefully study it. After finding a rank 6 cultivation planet, Wang Lin sneaked into it. He sat down inside the planet and hid himself. At this moment, the connection between his soul and his doppelganger had gone from being faintly discernible to being stable. It was worth mentioning that although his original body had attracted the attention of some powerful cultivators, they didn't suspect the ancient gods. After all, the ancient gods were simply too far away from the current cultivation world. In the Luo Tian star system, in the Thunder Celestial Realm, there was a fragment of land floating in the void. Large amounts of clouds that shouldn't be here quickly gathered around the fragment. Thunder moved through the clouds, and faint rumbles echoed. A moment later, a bolt of thunder descended from the clouds and landed on the fragment. As the thunderous rumble echoed, the thunder scattered into countless tiny bolts of lightning. It quickly found the unconscious Wang Lin and drilled into his body. Wang Lin's body suddenly trembled. Then countless bolts of thunder gathered, and another bolt landed on the fragment. This caused the fragment to tremble once more, and large amounts of rubble collapsed at the edges. The blood ancestor stared fixedly at the fragment of land not far away. He could sense that half of his blood body was in the depths of that fragment of land. He could even clearly sense that the origin energy contained within that half of his blood body was being rapidly absorbed. This feeling almost drove him mad. This was the first time in his life that he had encountered a situation where he wanted to kill someone but unintentionally help them grow. However, he didn't dare to move forward at this moment. He cautiously looked at the clouds surrounding the fragment of land. He could sense that the power inside was slowly brewing and growing stronger. This is divine retribution. I didn't expect this person's cultivation to cause divine retribution. The heaven's might that fell into the demon spirit land must have appeared because of this person. The blood ancestor's eyes became cold. "That's fine," said the blood ancestor with a cold laugh. "The heavenly tribulation is getting stronger and stronger. If the old man steps forward, he'll be helping this guy fight it. Sua Xion will just wait here and watch this guy get killed by the heavenly tribulation." As the clouds became denser and denser, the floating continent seemed to be under some kind of restriction and came to a stop. A large number of clouds gathered. After a while, another bolt of thunder descended and landed on the continent. The fragment of land trembled again, and cracks appeared on its edges. This process continued for 1 month. More and more thunder descended. In the end, the blood ancestor couldn't even see the edge of the clouds. He retreated because he didn't want to provoke the divine retribution inside the clouds. Instead of being shocked, he became happy and muttered with hatred, "The more the better. Let's have more clouds and kill this Wanglin. Only then can the old man's hatred be resolved." More and more clouds appeared. Several days later, not only were there clouds in the sky above the land fragment, but even the void below and the surroundings were filled with clouds. From a distance, it was impossible to see the land fragment. Everything was filled with clouds. At this moment, it was as if the preparations for the divine retribution were complete and the divine retribution arrived. Boundless thunderbolts rumbled as they appeared from the clouds and continuously landed on the fragment of land. The thunderbolts didn't just come from above. Instead, they came from all the clouds around the fragment of land. The loud sound of thunder echoed as the fragment of land and the clouds collapsed and disintegrated. The thunder that landed on the fragment of land rushed into the unconscious Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body trembled every time the thunder descended. Countless bolts of thunder raged inside his body. Su Liguo was so scared that he shrank back into the celestial sword and didn't dare come out. The power of the thunder was almost fatal to him. Just one strike was enough to almost destroy his soul. At this moment, inside Wang Lin's body, the mysterious old man's power and the blood ancestor's blood body were neutralizing each other and fusing with each other. This process would normally take a long time, but with the power of the thunder entering his body, the process sped up. The origin energy in his body increased like crazy. Not only did the thunder of the divine retribution not injure him, the benefits it brought him were unimaginable. However, he was unconscious right now. If he was awake, the benefits would be even greater under the guidance of his mind. Dense thunder fell endlessly from the fragment of land. It was as if the fragment of land was being refined by the heaven and earth furnace. This kind of refinement was very rare in the current cultivation world because no matter could withstand such a powerful bombardment from heavenly thunder. If there was such a thing, it would be the fragment of the Thunder Celestial Realm. Before the Thunder Celestial Realm collapsed, this fragment had withstood countless years of celestial thunder. Although it later shattered, it was still a part of the Thunder Celestial Realm. Under the bombardment of the Thunder Celestial Realm, although the edges of the fragment continued to collapse, the interior of the fragment became even more stable. It could even be said that under the refinement of the Thunder Celestial Realm, this fragment became more and more like a treasure. This treasure had unimaginable power because its material wasn't anything ordinary but a fragment of the celestial realm. If that was it, it wouldn't be a big deal, but more importantly, it wasn't refined by a cultivator. It was refined by the heavens. Gradually, the blood ancestor realized what was happening and took a deep breath. Greed appeared in his eyes. Considering the level of his cultivation base, there weren't many magical treasures in the world that could tempt him. However, now that he sensed that the fragment of land was transforming into a magical treasure, his heart began to pound with excitement. Everything is determined by the heavens. The old man has lost too much this time. If this celestial realm fragment is refined by the heavens, its power will be completely different. I fear it will be able to release the true might of the celestial realm. This item is prepared for the old man. The blood ancestor's eyes were filled with excitement. The thunder continued to rumble inside the clouds, but just at this moment, all the thunder disappeared. The clouds churned and a drastic change occurred. A bolt of black thunder began to gather inside the clouds. Compared to the previous thunder, this bolt of black thunder was the true divine retribution. It quickly condensed and charged toward the fragment. At the same time, Wang Lin, who was deep inside the fragment, opened his eyes. There were only a few hours left. This was the last vote in June. Looking at the current rankings, it looked like the top 10 were no longer guaranteed. They had worked hard for a month and failed on the last day. Tomorrow, there would be people coming to the comment section to mock them. His heart was very calm, but he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Chapter 767. The black lightning gave off a dense, heavenly might as it descended. When it landed on the ground, a heaven-shaking explosion sounded out, and cracking sounds could be heard as a large crack appeared in the ground. Deep within the crack was Wang Lin, who had just opened his eyes. The bolt of thunder descended at an extremely fast speed and smashed into Wang Lin's body. Bang! Wang Lin's body trembled violently as the thunder rushed into his body like a storm. However, it was immediately collided by the aura of the blood body and the mysterious old man. The three forces collided with Wang Lin's body as the battlefield. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and large amounts of origin energy filled Wang Lin's body. At this moment, his origin soul rapidly devoured origin energy and grew rapidly. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light. He had awakened. After being hit by the thunder, he had completely regained consciousness. Divine retribution. Wang Lin gasped. He still remembered the power of the divine retribution in the demon spirit land. Now that he was facing it again, his eyes shined brightly. The moment he became sober, he immediately noticed the chaos in his body. If he didn't deal with this chaos soon, he would explode before the divine retribution destroyed him. This divine retribution came at the right time. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He wasn't shocked by the appearance of the divine retribution, but happy. He didn't hesitate to hit the ground with his right hand, and he flew into the air. Su Ligua, who was inside the celestial sword, suddenly screamed, "Master, Master, take me with you. I want to return to my bag of holding. This place is too terrifying." As Wang Lin flew into the air, he waved his right hand, and the celestial sword flew into his bag of holding. Even the celestial mountain was put away by him. The moment he charged out from the fragment, all the clouds around the fragment began to churn violently. A heavenly might even stronger than the divine retribution that appeared in the demon spirit land suddenly appeared. Under this heavenly might, it was as if a pair of invisible hands had pressed down on Wang Lin's body. Popping sounds came from all over his body. At the same time, for bolts of black thunder gathered and descended from above, below, left, and right. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He opened his arms and didn't dodge at all. In an instant, the thunder descended from above and landed on his body. Shortly after, the thunder from the clouds on the left and right arrived. Finally, the black thunder from the clouds below the fragment penetrated the fragment and landed on Wang Lin. The four bolts of black thunder erupted like crazy inside Wang Lin's body. They collided with the aura of the blood body and the mysterious old man once more. The collision this time was unprecedentedly intense. It was as if a real storm had erupted. The three forces inside Wang Lin's body released dense origin energy. This origin energy was too dense, so under the impact, Wang Lin couldn't help but open his mouth and let out a roar. His aura increased like crazy as his origin soul devoured origin energy. He gradually completed the important process of going from the peak of the late stage of ascendant to the illusory Yin stage. What was an origin soul? If one's cultivation hadn't reached the illusory Yin stage and they hadn't gone through that important process, then the so-called origin soul was in fact fake. A real origin soul could devour origin energy and be reborn from it. Ancient Qi cultivators cultivated one breath, and this breath was origin energy. When this origin energy was brewed in the body for a long time, it would turn into a god, and that god was the origin soul. However, the current cultivators were the opposite. Only by reaching the illusory Yin realm could they barely catch up with the Qi cultivators of the past. At this moment, powerful origin energy filled Wang Lin's origin soul, causing it to change like crazy. It took that crucial step toward becoming a real origin soul, breakthrough to the peak of the late stage of ascendant. The moment he broke through, Wang Lin seemed to feel his own Tao. It was as if everything in the world, was crystal clear in his eyes. A long roar came from his mouth. This roar penetrated the clouds and continued to spread. The blood ancestor was gloating as he looked at the clouds. He was hoping that Wang Lin would be killed by the divine retribution. But when he heard this roar, his expression changed. Serene, the blood ancestor's expression was gloomy as he muttered to himself. It looks like the origin energy in my blood body allowed this person to temporarily resist the divine retribution and reach the illusory stage. However, just as he said that, his expression changed again. He stared at the roiling clouds in front of him, and his expression changed. It's still climbing. Wang Lin's body had never felt so comfortable before. The celestial spiritual energy inside his body was quickly disappearing and being replaced by origin energy from his origin soul. The surrounding clouds seemed to become angry at this moment. The heavenly might inside the clouds rumbled like thunder. In an instant, 8 bolts of black divine retribution descended from the clouds and landed on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin laughed like crazy, and his origin soul charged out. His origin soul was no longer human. It had completely turned into the shape of an ancient thunder dragon. The moment the 8 bolts of lightning descended, his ancient thunder dragon origin soul devoured them. After devouring 8 bolts of lightning, the lightning returned to Wang Lin's body through his forehead and was released. The aura of the blood body and the mysterious old man erupted once more inside Wang Lin's body. In exchange for even more origin energy, Wang Lin's cultivation level increased like crazy under the impact of this origin energy. His illusory stage instantly stabilized, and he began to advance toward the peak of the illusory stage. The illusory and corporeal yang stages were the transition between the first and second step of cultivation. They represented the perfection of yin and yang. The illusory stage was the change in the origin soul, and the corporeal yang stage was the disappearance of celestial spiritual energy, causing the cultivator's body to be completely replaced by origin energy. This process was known as origin conversion. It completely changed a cultivator into an existence similar to a chi cultivator. Since ancient times, after the chi cultivators and the collapse of the celestial realm, very few cultivators in the illusory yin and corporeal yang stages were able to break through the peak of the ascended stage. These people, without exception, all stood at the peak of the second step. Even Tian Yunzi spent 300 years to successfully break through these two realms. Ling Tianho spent 800 years, and the blood ancestor spent nearly 1,000 years. This had nothing to do with talent. The most important thing was origin energy. Right now, Wang Lin was advancing toward this direction. The divine retribution was his nourishment, and the blood body and the mysterious old man's aura were the source of origin energy to help him advance. The blood ancestor stared at the clouds in the distance, and the killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. I came to kill him, but I ended up giving him a great fortune. I'm not willing. In the sky above the fragment, Wang Lin raised his head. His eyes were clear and contained a hint of expectation. A thunderous roar came from the clouds, and a ray of 7-colored thunder quickly condensed. I beg for a monthly ticket so that the celestial renegade celestial can continue his journey in July. Fellow cultivators, I beg of you. Chapter 768. Wang Lin had never looked forward to the arrival of this divine retribution. His eyes lit up as he looked at the 7-colored lightning gathering in the clouds. This was the first time he had seen 7-colored thunder appear in a divine retribution. The 7-colored clouds quickly gathered and contained a powerful heavenly might. Under the pressure, popping sounds came from the fragment that Wang Lin was on. The edges of the fragment began to collapse once again. It continued to disintegrate, and its size also rapidly changed. However, the more it shrank, the more terrifying the sturdiness of the fragment became. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He began to move his body, and a large amount of origin energy flowed like a viscous liquid. Thump, 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 thump. It wasn't just his heart that was beating, but also his origin soul. Every time it vibrated, the origin energy in his body flowed even faster. A powerful feeling appeared in Wang Lin's heart. He had never felt this kind of control before. Wang Lin raised his right hand and clenched his fist. At this moment, he finally experienced the feeling of being able to look at the heavens and coldly look at all living beings after controlling the power of the heavens and earth. He could clearly feel that his cultivation had broken through the limit of the first step, peak ascendant. He had reached the illusory Yin realm. Divine retribution, make it stronger. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious as he looked at the sky. At this moment, the seven-colored thunder quickly gathered at one point. The seven-colored light shined brightly and descended with a strange sound. The sound was like a demonic sound that could captivate one's soul. In an instant, Wang Lin seemed to see countless familiar figures around him. However, Wang Lin's eyes were still calm. The seven-colored thunder descended with a thunderous rumble that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. It was like an arrow that shot through the clouds toward Wang Lin. In the blink of an eye, the lightning landed on his body, and a deafening roar of thunder reverberated in the surroundings, replacing everything else. When the power of the thunder entered Wang Lin's body, he was immediately knocked down from the sky. When he landed on the ground, the earth rumbled and his body was pressed down. The blood clone and the mysterious old man's aura immediately collapsed and collided with the power of the thunder. Again, Wang Lin's body jumped up. Lightning swam around his body, and his hair moved without any wind. At this moment, he was like an immortal demon. The majesty of the heavens and earth could not be resisted. At this moment, all the clouds around the fragment of land seemed to be enraged and began to churn. Bolts of seven-colored thunder fell like rain and smashed toward Wang Lin. Even the fragment of land that Wang Lin was on was enveloped by the thunder. The rumbling of the thunder was the only sound in the area. At this moment, Wang Lin felt like he was in a hell of thunder. Everything around him was filled with seven-colored thunder. The fragment of land continued to collapse. In the end, there was only less than 10,000 feet of it left. Above it, Wang Lin felt like he was in the furnace of the heavens and earth. Bolts of thunder continued to fall on his body. Cracks appeared on Wang Lin's body and quickly spread. At the same time, the half of the blood body completely collapsed and turned into countless strands of origin power that entered Wang Lin's origin soul. That powerful feeling once again appeared in Wang Lin's body. He could clearly feel that his cultivation had risen again. From a stable Yin Void realm, he instantly reached the peak of the Yin Void realm and continued to rise. He was infinitely close to the corporeal Yang realm. Just a little bit more. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. The half of the blood ancestor's blood body had collapsed and no longer existed. However, the breath of the mysterious elder was still flowing. Wang Lin had a feeling that if he didn't get rid of it, it would have a great impact on his body. His eyes were filled with determination. His cultivation was to survive in danger. As the saying goes, seeking wealth comes from taking risks. At this moment, there was only one path in front of him. Wang Lin's body rose from the ground and directly rushed toward the clouds in the sky like a sharp sword. The first time, Wang Lin took the initiative to counterattack. He wasn't passively being struck by lightning. He was attacking. He rushed into the clouds and opened his arms. At this moment, a loud sound came from the clouds. This sound was infinitely close to the roar of a living creature. In an instant, all the clouds condensed and countless bolts of lightning fell on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin laughed wildly, and his origin soul spread out to cover his body. As he absorbed the thunder, the mysterious elder's aura quickly dissipated and turned into large amounts of origin power under the influence of the thunder. This was an opportunity. Aside from seeing the direction of the third step, this was the biggest opportunity Wang Lin had ever had. His cultivation rose like crazy as he devoured the clouds, as if there was no end to it. Wang Lin had already forgotten about his cultivation and the old man's aura. He opened his mouth and sucked in large amounts of clouds. As he continued to absorb, the clouds gradually shrank. They were no longer dense, but thin. Even the blood ancestor could clearly see Wang Lin inside the clouds. The blood ancestor sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at Wang Lin. When he saw that Wang Lin was actually devouring the clouds, he couldn't believe his eyes and muttered, "Madman, this Wang Lin is a madman. No one would actively resist divine retribution. I can't let him continue." The blood ancestor's eyes lit up, and he immediately charged out. His current cultivation level was only at the peak of the corporeal yang stage, a sliver away from the nirvana scryer stage. However, he was confident that it was more than enough to kill Wang Lin. With one move, he turned into a blood shadow and charged at Wang Lin inside the clouds. The moment he closed in, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and a sense of crisis filled his body. His eyes became cold as he looked through the clouds and saw the blood shadow charging at him. "Blood ancestor!" Wang Lin sneered as he retreated into the clouds. The blood ancestor's expression was gloomy outside the clouds. He clenched his teeth and charged in. The moment he entered the clouds, he immediately felt the power of divine retribution. He didn't have a thunder origin soul like Wang Lin, and his cultivation level had been greatly reduced. Facing this divine retribution, he felt a sense of awe. However, at this moment, nothing could compare to killing Wang Lin. He let out a cold snort and charged forward. A moment later, he saw Wang Lin, who was being struck by countless bolts of lightning. Perhaps it was an illusion, but when he first saw Wang Lin, he felt like he wasn't looking at a person, but a thunder dragon covered in thunder. Wang Lin stared at the blood ancestor as he raised his right hand and quickly chopped down. The heavenly chop suddenly appeared. The blood ancestor's right hand formed a seal, and a blood shadow appeared before him. The blood shadow collided with the heavenly chop and immediately collapsed. The blood ancestor frowned and let out a sigh. If his cultivation level hadn't been reduced, this wouldn't have happened. Just as he was about to use another spell, he saw that Wang Lin had once again hidden himself within the clouds. The heavenly chop was unleashed without any care for the consumption of origin energy. At this moment, Wang Lin had too much origin energy in his body. The heavenly chop was like a sharp blade that could cut through law. It whistled through the clouds toward the blood ancestor. The blood ancestor let out a cold snort and his hands formed a seal. Immediately, his body glowed with a blood-colored light. The blood-colored light turned into countless runes that suddenly collapsed, causing the surrounding clouds to retreat 10 feet. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. His body was hidden within the clouds as he quickly retreated. At the same time, he began to devour the clouds, allowing the lightning to enter his body. Gradually, the aura of the old man inside his body began to dissipate. The blood ancestor charged forward and locked onto Wang Lin. He condensed 2 balls of blood in each hand and shot them toward Wang Lin. He wanted to end this battle quickly. The deeper he went into the clouds, the more danger he felt. If he stayed too long, he was afraid that something unexpected would happen. If he wasn't inside the clouds, then given the blood ancestor's current cultivation level, this wouldn't be difficult to accomplish. But now that he was inside the clouds, killing Wang Lin wasn't going to be easy. Wang Lin's thunder origin soul was like a fish in water within this heavenly tribulation. Adding on the aura of the old man inside his body, all of the thunder was canceled out. In addition, there was no need to even mention the enormous amount of origin energy inside Wang Lin's body. All of this allowed him to move through the clouds as if he was walking on flat ground. Facing the blood ancestor's pursuit, Wang Lin moved through the clouds. He continued to absorb the thunder and devour the clouds, causing them to become even thinner. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's body suddenly trembled. The aura of the old man inside his body completely dissipated. There were no more impure forces inside his body, only origin energy. Under the impact of the large amount of origin energy, Wang Lin's cultivation level rose like crazy. In an instant, he broke through from the peak of the illusory yin stage to the corporeal yang stage. This didn't end. As the origin energy inside his body was absorbed by his origin soul, and there was no more celestial spiritual energy in his body. His cultivation level increased once more. He had just entered the corporeal yang stage, but his cultivation level quickly stabilized. The change in Wang Lin's body caused the blood ancestor's expression to change greatly. His scalp even felt numb. I can't let him continue. If he continues, perhaps he can even reach the early stage of nirvana scryer. The blood ancestor's eyes were bloodshot. He had slightly adjusted his body when he witnessed the divine retribution, and it had become corporeal. An even more powerful feeling than before appeared in Wang Lin's body. His eyes were like torches, and he felt like he controlled the world. At this moment, he took a deep breath. As the blood ancestor closed in, he placed his right hand between his eyebrows, and his origin soul charged out. His body fell from the clouds, but due to a spell, he landed on the ground and immediately sat down to cultivate. After Wang Lin's origin soul charged out, it turned into an ancient thunder dragon that was 1,000 feet long. It flashed through the clouds and was extremely shocking. Blood ancestor, since you've delivered yourself to me, I'll fulfill Wang's wish. On the 9th day of June, all of you were so powerful that I felt dizzy from the impact. This month, try again. In June, pass 500 votes in 2 days and 1,000 votes in 7 days. Let's see if there is any improvement in July compared to June. My lovely fellow cultivators, you are my most beloved brothers and sisters. I love you all. Asking for monthly votes. Don't hold back. Give me a vote. The Celestial Renegade Immortal needs your support. Chapter 769. The primordial thunder dragon was born from lightning. It was faintly discernible within the tribulation clouds, and its divine sense echoed like thunder. The blood ancestor's eyes widened. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's origin soul moved, and the tribulation clouds began to howl. The might of the tribulation clouds began to spread out. Shortly after, Wang Lin's origin soul turned into the primordial thunder dragon and charged out from the clouds. Behind it, countless bolts of tribulation lightning descended. You're courting death. The blood ancestor's expression was gloomy. He immediately retreated and threw the blood ball in front of him without hesitation. He shouted, "Blood explosion!" With a bang, the blood ball exploded and turned into a powerful force. Wang Lin's primordial thunder dragon origin soul immediately dissipated. However, the blood ancestor didn't relax at all. Instead, he became even more cautious. Where Wang Lin's origin soul dissipated, countless bolts of thunder appeared. They were like a rain of lightning that charged toward the blood ancestor from all directions. You want to steal my blood body? You're overestimating yourself. The blood ancestor's eyes narrowed and his hands formed a seal. His body began to shine with a blood-colored light. The rain of lightning around him didn't charge into the blood-colored light, but instead circled around it. The blood ancestor was startled, and his expression changed greatly. He cursed inwardly, but it was too late. The tribulation lightning that was chasing Wang Lin's origin soul began to descend toward the blood ancestor. Wang Lin, the blood ancestor, clenched his teeth, and his body shined with a blood-colored light. He immediately shook off Wang Lin's origin soul, but during this process, the tribulation lightning continued to descend, piercing through Wang Lin's origin soul and landing on his body. The blood ancestor quickly retreated, wanting to charge out of the tribulation clouds. Senior blood ancestor, the blood star has been destroyed. Even your concubine, Zethexin, has died. Wang Lin's divine sense echoed. The blood ancestor's expression became even more gloomy. And that blood-colored pavilion of yours, that thing is quite interesting. Wang Lin's voice slowly emerged from the void. You're chasing after Wang here, but you don't know if your daughter, Yao Shishua, will be like a lamb walking into a tiger's mouth after being resurrected and returned to the blood star. Ever since Wang Lin had seen the blood ancestor, all he had seen were drops of blood. There was no trace of Yao Shishua at all. Furthermore, with the collapse of the storage space, even the blood ancestor wouldn't be able to protect her. Wang Lin analyzed the situation and concluded that it was very likely that Yao Shishue had been resurrected under the Blood Ancestor's protection. Wang Lin's words were like an invisible divine retribution that landed on the Blood Ancestor's heart. The Blood Ancestor's origin soul was already heavily injured, so now that it was unstable, his heart immediately trembled. Yao Shishue was his weakness. Wang Lin. As the Blood Ancestor's heart trembled, the blood-colored light around his body began to fluctuate and show signs of instability. A laugh echoed as Wang Lin's origin soul, which had been circling the Blood Ancestor, once again turned into countless bolts of lightning. The moment the blood-colored light around the Blood Ancestor's body fluctuated, the bolts of lightning pierced through the blood-colored light and entered the Blood Ancestor's body. At this moment, rainbow-colored bolts of thunder rained down from the sky. The Blood Ancestor let out a roar and tried to escape, but Wang Lin's origin soul began a life and death battle with the Blood Ancestor. The two of them used the Blood Ancestor's body as a battlefield and fought like crazy. The Blood Ancestor's origin soul shouldn't have been so weak, but half of it had been taken by the mysterious old man. Then he had encountered Wang Lin and was injured again. Even so, his origin soul was still stronger than Wang Lin's. However, because Wang Lin's origin soul was full of origin energy and his cultivation had reached the corporeal yang stage, he didn't actually try to possess the Blood Ancestor. Instead, he controlled the Blood Ancestor's origin energy and movements, making it so that the Blood Ancestor couldn't escape the divine retribution clouds. The Blood Ancestor had to die. If this person didn't die, then he would die. Wang Lin knew this very well. That was why he was willing to pay any price to keep the Blood Ancestor in the divine retribution clouds and use the power of the divine retribution to kill him. However, at this moment, the divine retribution was about to dissipate, and its power was not as strong as before. However, every bolt of thunder that landed on the Blood Ancestor's body caused his body to tremble. The tyrannical power collided within his body, injuring him, and on the other hand, Wang Lin's origin soul absorbed a portion of it to help him. Rumbling thunder continued to fall, and the clouds began to dissipate. At the same time, a destructive pressure began to converge. This was the final bolt of heavenly tribulation, and as soon as it formed, it absorbed all of the clouds, forming a cloud of tribulation lightning that rumbled down toward Menghao. This was the last strike of the heaven's wrath, and this lightning was going to kill. A sense of death filled the Blood Ancestor's body. At this moment, he was being controlled by Wang Lin's origin soul, so there was no way for him to escape. The Blood Ancestor bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Blood seal. The blood immediately turned into a giant seal and landed on his body like a giant net. The moment the net landed, a bright red light flashed between his eyebrows, and the Blood Ancestor's origin soul rushed out. In a flash, it charged out of the clouds. Wang Lin, I don't want this blood body of the old man anymore. Don't even think about escaping from the blood seal. You will have to face this divine retribution yourself. His origin soul was filled with unimaginable hatred. After charging out of the clouds, he didn't even look back. Instead, he quickly escaped. This time, he had lost miserably. More than half of his origin soul was gone, and he had lost his physical body. All that was left was a fragment of his origin soul. If he didn't escape now, and Wang Lin didn't die, the consequences would be unimaginable. He even regretted following his promise to save Yao Shishue and not killing Wang Lin. Then he wouldn't have ended up like this. But now it was too late. Under the blood seal, Wang Lin's origin soul was trapped inside the Blood Ancestor's body. However, he didn't try to escape. Instead, he circulated the origin energy inside his origin soul, causing the divine retribution to descend. A thunderous rumble echoed across the void. Under the divine retribution, the blood seal immediately collapsed, and the Blood Ancestor's body was in tatters. Wang Lin's origin soul was knocked out and turned into an ancient thunder dragon that roared at the sky. The clouds completely dissipated, and so did the divine retribution. Wang Lin's origin soul took the blood ancestor's body back to the fragment of land. At this moment, the fragment was only a few hundred meters wide. It no longer looked like a piece of land, but a giant seal. After his origin soul returned to his body, Wang Lin opened his eyes and a powerful aura swelled inside his body. He took a deep breath and put away the blood ancestor's body. At the same time, he looked down at the seal below him. His eyes lit up and he hit the ground with his hand. The fragment immediately trembled and entered Wang Lin's origin soul. It quickly shrank until it was the size of a grain of sand and was swallowed by Wang Lin. He let out a long laugh and stepped into the void. At this moment, Wang Lin's cultivation had reached the corporeal yang stage. Although he wasn't at the peak, he wasn't far from it. The origin energy inside his body was very dense, but a lot of it hadn't been absorbed yet. Once he absorbed it all, he would immediately reach the peak of the corporeal yang stage and become infinitely close to a second-step cultivator. In the Thunder Celestial Realm, aside from a limited number of people, Wang Lin was unrivaled. At this moment, with his spells and treasures, especially the Thunder Celestial Realm fragment and the Beast Bone, even if he encountered an early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator that had just entered the second step, he would still have the qualifications to fight them, even if victory or defeat was uncertain. The pressure he felt when he escaped from the Alliance Star system to the Luo Tian was immediately swept away. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his divine sense spread out toward the blood ancestor's origin soul. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Don't leave any future troubles. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. With his corporeal yang cultivation, the origin energy in his body moved several times faster than a peak late-stage ascendant cultivator. He was like a meteor piercing through the sky as he charged into the void. A powerful sense of self-confidence appeared in Wang Lin's heart. This kind of self-confidence had little to do with cultivation. It was the confidence of a heaven-defying cultivator. So it turns out that powerful cultivators like the Blood Ancestor, Tian Yunzi, and Ling Tianho aren't invincible. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with determination, and he revealed a cold smile. Not even Tian Yunzi could have imagined that the disciple he accepted from a half-wasted planet would be able to rely on a series of opportunities to force the Blood Ancestor into such a state. However, there should be someone helping me. Otherwise, the Blood Ancestor wouldn't have been so weak when I found him. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. This question still existed in his heart. At this moment, deep in the void before Wang Lin, on a fragment, Li Yuan's face was pale and he was running away. His right arm was broken and was no longer there, and blood was still seeping out. There were many sword wounds on his body, and the one on his abdomen was shocking. At this moment, his origin soul was injured and showed signs of collapsing. If it wasn't for the fact that he was using his family's annihilation restriction to escape, he would have already died. A death aura surrounded Li Yuan's body, and his face was filled with bitterness and unwillingness. He wanted to resist, but the other party had a restriction breaking Ancient Mirror. In order to help Wang Lin, he had used the restriction heart, so it wasn't enough. Unless he could close the distance, he wouldn't be able to hide for a short period of time. In the Luo Tian star system, only those families with inheritances from the celestial realm have a restriction breaking Ancient Mirror. If my family was strong, these people would only be clowns, but now... Brother Su, farewell. I can't fulfill my promise to you, and can't teach you the restriction heart. This is not my wish. Cousin, this person has a lot of treasures on him. This celestial sword is very powerful, and I like a lot. Behind Li Yuan, there were 3 people casually chasing after him. Among the 3 of them, there were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was very beautiful, and there was a seductive look in her eyes. In her hand was the celestial sword that Li Yuan had obtained from the celestial storage space. Of the 2 men, one was old and one was young. The young one smiled and said, "Since little sister Xia likes it, this person has 8 more. Take me to get them one by one, then I'll ask where he got them and give them to you." This person's cultivation level was also at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant, but the old man beside him was not ordinary. If Wang Lin was here, he would immediately see that the old man's cultivation level was at the peak of the illusory Yin realm. The battle for the monthly votes in July was too intense. Just at the beginning of the month, there were already as many votes as there were in late June. Chapter 770. In the void, as Wang Lin became more familiar with his corporeal Yang realm, he became faster and faster. The origin energy inside his body was so powerful that it made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Every step he took, origin energy would move on its own, making it feel like he was breaking the void. This was too different from before. At this moment, Wang Lin's body seemed to be unable to coordinate and was slightly swaying. In fact, he even had a vague feeling that he had become one with the heavens and earth, and that he could achieve whatever he wanted. This feeling became stronger and stronger, and in the end, Wang Lin felt an urge to try. His eyes lit up as he looked at the endless void before him. The urge in his body reached a peak, and it was as if he wanted to truly become one with the world. It was as if the void in the world was his body. This feeling was a bit absurd, and with Wang Lin's calmness, his reason told him that this was impossible. However, the feeling from his body and origin soul was so real. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he pondered for a bit. Then he let go of his reason and closed his eyes. Relying on the feeling from his body and origin soul, he took a step forward. With his step, the void around him trembled. It was as if the void had turned into a pool of still water, and Wang Lin's foot landed on the water. Invisible ripples spread out from Wang Lin's right foot. At the same time, the origin energy inside Wang Lin's body began to move. As it filled his body, it fused with the world around him and formed a strange connection. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's body disappeared. There was a spell that surpassed the teleportation of the nascent soul stage, surpassed the teleportation of the ascendant stage, and was even 30% faster than the greater teleportation created by countless teleportation spells. This divine art was called Ground Shrink. This was a spell that ancient cultivators could only use after their origin energy formed their origin soul. In the current cultivation world, only second-step cultivators who had reached the Nirvana Scryer stage could sense and use this spell. Not every second-step cultivator could sense this divine power. This had nothing to do with talent, but the sensitivity to essence energy. Countless kilometers away from where Wang Lin disappeared, the blood ancestor was rapidly escaping. His cultivation level had dropped to the corporeal yang stage, so he couldn't use many of his spells. In addition, his origin soul was damaged, so he was very weak in the void. Wang Lin, once the old man recovers, I swear I'll kill you. The blood ancestor was extremely fast. He was like an afterimage as he escaped through the void. After a long time, he let out a sigh of relief and thought, that little brat Wang Lin shouldn't be able to catch up. Right now, I need to find someone to possess and use a secret method to recover to the Nirvana Scryer stage as soon as possible. After pondering for a bit, the blood ancestor made up his mind. However, just at this moment, his expression changed greatly, and he didn't hesitate to escape again. A ripple appeared 1,000 feet behind him, and Wang Lin's figure stepped out. Wang Lin's right foot landed, and he opened his eyes. The blood ancestor was almost scared out of his wits. He was so shocked that he was terrified. Spatial bending. This person hasn't even reached the Nirvana Scryer stage. So how can he use a spell that belongs to second-step cultivators? Impossible. The blood ancestor felt bitter in his heart as he quickly escaped. It is said that those who can instantly cross the yin and yang illusory realm often reach the peak of the second step in the future. Could this be true? The blood ancestor was extremely shocked. Even before his cultivation level dropped, he couldn't learn this spell. He could only sense it, so he didn't completely grasp it. He had only touched the surface of it. As far as he knew, even Ling Tianho hadn't completely comprehended spatial bending. In their eyes, this spell was infinitely close to the third step. For the first time, the blood ancestor felt a trace of fear toward Wang Lin. This fear came from what he had seen with his own eyes. He had personally witnessed Wang Lin's transformation. He had personally witnessed Wang Lin go from a peak late-stage ascendant cultivator to his current level. This little brat Wang Lin must have been lucky. That's right, he must have been lucky enough to use spatial bending. The blood ancestor's heart was filled with bitterness as he quickly escaped without looking back. The moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, they were filled with clarity. Even now, he still couldn't figure out what had happened. He felt like everything that had just happened was him raising his right foot and then putting it down. However, during this process, it was as if he had stepped into the river of time. Everything flashed before his eyes, and when his foot landed, he was standing here. Before him was the blood ancestor that he was about to chase. My divine sense didn't lock onto him at all. I just felt the killing intent in my heart, and somehow managed to cross countless distances to arrive here. Staring at the blood ancestor's disappearing figure, Wang Lin didn't rush to chase. Instead, he pondered a bit and felt the various changes that had occurred. Compared to when he was chasing the blood ancestor, Wang Lin knew that what he was feeling right now was even more precious. Time seemed to pass very slowly, but it also seemed to pass in an instant. Half an incense stick of time later, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. He looked down at the void, raised his right foot, and tried to take a step forward. With one step, ripples appeared again, but his body remained in place. The feeling of being one with heaven and earth didn't appear. Wang Lin frowned as he looked in the direction that the blood ancestor had disappeared. He took a step forward, one step at a time. Chasing the blood ancestor was only one of his goals. Right now, in Wang Lin's heart, the feeling of being one with heaven and earth was even more important. When Wang Lin thought back to what had just happened, his heart palpitated with excitement. If I could completely master that kind of divine ability, then wouldn't everything between heaven and earth become invisible? A strange light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he took one step at a time. After a long time, his footsteps became faster and faster. Eventually, his entire body seemed to turn into a beam of light that flashed by. Gradually, that feeling of being one with heaven and earth appeared in Wang Lin's heart. He suppressed his excitement and quietly experienced it. However, this feeling was extremely faint, and he wasn't able to completely master it. Seeing that the feeling of being one with heaven and earth was showing signs of dissipating, Wang Lin let out a sigh. The image of the blood ancestor appeared in his mind, and he disappeared with one step. The blood ancestor, who was escaping, felt uneasy. Even when he was facing the Yao family's ancestor, the blood god, he didn't feel this strongly. Just at this moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he retreated without hesitation. However, in an instant, a whip appeared in the void and ruthlessly lashed out at the blood ancestor. With a paw sound, the blood ancestor's hands formed a seal, and a ray of blood-colored light collided with the whip, causing him to retreat once more. Behind the whip, ripples appeared, and Wang Lin stepped out. The blood ancestor's heart trembled. The scene before him had destroyed all his previous speculations. After using spatial bending twice in a row, the blood ancestor could no longer use the word luck to deceive himself. After Wang Lin appeared, his body flickered and his right hand pointed at the sky. In an instant, a yellow spring appeared in the sky. The resentment inside the yellow spring was so dense that it formed a sharp whistling sound that echoed in the surroundings. This yellow spring was different from before. At this moment, it was emitting dense origin energy. It was clear that as Wang Lin's cultivation level increased, even his spell had undergone a fundamental change. Origin energy, yellow spring. Wang Lin coldly stared at the blood ancestor and softly said. In an instant, the yellow spring trembled. It was originally just spreading out in the sky, but in the next instant, it spread out endlessly, as if it had replaced the sky and earth. Everything around it became part of the yellow spring, including Wang Lin and the blood ancestor. Boundless origin energy filled the sky. Countless resentful souls formed by the resentment condensed and charged at the blood ancestor from all directions. The blood ancestor's expression was extremely gloomy. At this moment, he was only an origin soul, so he was extremely weak. This was even more so in the Yellow Spring. However, the Blood Ancestor was still the Blood Ancestor. Even now, it would be very difficult for Wang Lin to kill him. Although he was inside the endless Yellow Spring, his expression became fierce. His hands formed a seal, and his body shined with a blinding red light. A powerful pressure came from his body. Blood transformation. The Blood Ancestor's body trembled. In an instant, his entire origin soul turned into a giant blood claw that charged at Wang Lin. With one grab, the 5 spatial rifts charged at Wang Lin like mad dragons. As they closed in, Wang Lin raised his right hand and origin energy surged through his body. He pushed forward, and with a bang, Wang Lin retreated out of the underworld river and shouted, "Condense the soul of the underworld river." The boundless rancor within the Yellow Springs was condensed by Yao Shishue's origin power, causing it to become even fiercer. Unexpectedly, the Yellow Springs transformed into countless images of Yao Shishue that shot toward the Blood Ancestor. The Blood Ancestor let out a sorrowful cry and reached out with his blood claw as if he wanted to tear the Yellow Spring apart. As for the resentful souls that had turned into Yao Shishue's, even though he knew they were fake, he still didn't want to attack them. He forcibly tore open a gap in the Yellow Spring and charged toward the gap. At this moment, the resentful souls that had turned into Yao Shishue's continued to block him. The Blood Ancestor let out a sorrowful cry and revealed a decisive expression. His blood claw swept out, and the resentful souls that had turned into Yao Shishue's collapsed. The miserable cries entered the Blood Ancestor's ears and caused his already damaged mind to tremble. The Yellow Spring finally collapsed under the Blood Ancestor's attack. The gap continued to grow larger and larger until the Blood Ancestor charged out with unspeakable hatred. "Wang Lin, the old man, and you are irreconcilable." Although the Blood Progenitor's god was swift and fierce, his heart was utterly exhausted. Yao Shishue's cries of agony continued to echo in his ears, as if they would never disappear. The moment the Blood Ancestor charged out, Wang Lin arrived in front of him. The 1 billion soul flag in his hand turned into a black cloud that surrounded the Blood Ancestor. The Karma whip fused with the black cloud, and crackling sounds echoed in everyone's ears. "Return." Wang Lin let out a roar, and all of the black fog shrank like crazy, but the Blood Ancestor continued to fight back. Even now, he was still the arrogant Blood Ancestor. As he resisted, the black cloud continued to shrink. This cycle continued until it showed signs of collapsing. A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he spat out a mouthful of origin energy. When this origin energy fused with the black cloud, it seemed to gain a great deal of power. It shrank like crazy, but the Blood Ancestor's resistance also increased infinitely. Bursts of popping sounds echoed, and the black fog began to collapse. The Blood Ancestor's muffled roar came from inside, but it was like thunder in Wang Lin's ears. "You want to become the old man? Wang Lin, you brat, you're not qualified." The Blood Ancestor's roar caused the black cloud to collapse once more. The thick black cloud rapidly thinned and was about to completely disappear. Once the black cloud disappeared, the 1 billion soul flag would be destroyed. "3 primary souls appear," shouted Wang Lin. Immediately, the 3 primary souls, including the Qilin soul and the 4th soul, began to attack the Blood Ancestor's nascent soul. Through the black cloud, one could see the Qilin soul turn into black smoke that surrounded the Blood Ancestor's nascent soul. The Qilin's mouth appeared above the Blood Ancestor's nascent soul, and it refused to let go. The 4th soul let out a piercing shriek as it shuttled back and forth between the Blood Ancestor's nascent soul. Every time it did so, it brought with it a large amount of nascent soul energy. As for the last soul, it turned into countless strands of black smoke that surrounded the Blood Ancestor's limbs, causing his movements to slow down. A fierce expression appeared on the Blood Ancestor's face. His body glowed red as he chanted a complicated incantation. As he chanted the incantation, the red glow around his body became even denser, causing the black cloud to turn purple. Blood soul collapse. A roar came from the blood ancestor's mouth. The red glow around his body was almost demonic, and an unimaginable power spread out from his nascent soul. The Cheelan soul above his head let out a miserable groan. Under the impact of this power, its body quickly dissipated. The Cheelan soul immediately retreated and let go of the nascent soul. The primary souls around the blood ancestor collapsed inch by inch and quickly retreated. Even the fourth primary soul that had pierced through his body was grabbed by the blood ancestor. The blood ancestor viciously squeezed it, causing cracks to appear on the fourth primary soul, and it turned into black smoke that entered the black cloud. Wang Lin, you brat! The blood ancestor's eyes were bloodshot as he tore a hole in the black cloud and was about to step out. From beginning to end, Wang Lin's eyes were calm. Just as the blood ancestor was about to step out, he spat out a ray of yellow light. Inside the yellow light was a grain of sand. The moment the grain of sand appeared, a powerful pressure surrounded it. In an instant, the grain of sand grew until it was 1,000 feet wide. It was like a mountain, but it also looked like a seal. This was a fragment of the celestial realm that had been refined by divine retribution and turned into a treasure inside the heaven and earth furnace. The moment it appeared, it contained a powerful, celestial spiritual energy that pressed down on the blood ancestor. Popping sounds could be heard coming from the blood ancestor's body. The blood-colored light on his body became unstable, and the foot he had taken was actually forced back. The 1,000-foot fragment that had turned into a seal descended from the sky at an extremely fast speed. The blood ancestor let out a roar and charged forward. However, a thunderous rumble echoed as he was pressed down by the seal. The blood ancestor's expression was even weaker than before, but he was thrown to the ground with a ferocious expression. His body flickered with a bloody light as the karmic whip appeared and lashed out. The blood ancestor's body became even more sluggish. He was just about to resist when the seal descended once more. A thunderous rumble echoed out, and the blood ancestor's nascent soul was on the verge of collapsing. He let out a bitter laugh, and his eyes were filled with madness. It was at this moment that Wang Lin's voice echoed out. Blood ancestor, Wang won't kill you. He will give you a chance to meet Yao Shishue again. If you self-detonate, you will never see Yao Shishue again. Wang Lin's voice was cold. The blood ancestor silently pondered, and the madness in his eyes slowly dissipated. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His hands formed a seal, and he shouted, "Collect!" The surrounding black fog instantly surged out and surrounded the blood ancestor's body. The karmic whip moved like a snake and coiled around the blood ancestor's body. At this moment, the 3 damaged primary souls rushed out again and began to devour the black fog. The fragment seal floated in the sky. Although it didn't press down again, its pressure still shrouded the blood ancestor. Under its pressure, the black fog shrank even faster. Almost in an instant, it turned into a ball and turned into a 30-foot banner that Wang Lin grabbed. The 30-foot banner spread out, and its surface completely changed. The Honorable Soul banner had originally been completely black, but now there was an image on it. The blood ancestor's figure was vivid and lifelike. The karmic whip was wrapped around his body, and the 3 primary souls were wrapped around him. The blood ancestor's expression was filled with grief and unwillingness. Just like that, the image on the banner took shape. Looking at the Honorable Soul banner, Wang Lin silently pondered. At this moment, he didn't feel proud of defeating the blood ancestor. Instead, he felt a bit melancholy. It could be said that he had put in a lot of effort to fight the blood ancestor. He wasn't as calm as he looked. During this battle, he had faced many life and death situations. If he had been the slightest bit careless, he would have died immediately. The danger of this battle was no less than when he had escaped from Wang Yu. In fact, it was even more dangerous than Wang Yu's trip. After all, Wang Yu's intelligence was extremely limited. There is no deep hatred between us. If you had taken Yao Shishue away, How could you have ended up like this? Wang Lin sighed softly. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Wang Lin wouldn't have been crazy enough to provoke the blood ancestor. Wang Lin felt very helpless. If he wanted to live, he had to resist. If he wanted to continue living, he had to kill the blood ancestor who had sworn to destroy him. Yao Shishue was the blood ancestor's weakness. In order to seal the blood ancestor, Wang Lin had to win. In the face of survival, there was no such thing as despicable. Blood ancestor, Wang respects your fatherly love. Wang also has a son. If someone harmed his children, Wang knows how angry he would feel. But have you given me a chance to explain? Your daughter Yao Shishue is here with me, and I, Wang Lin, have never touched her. If it wasn't for your daughter Yao Shishue plotting against me, how could I have provoked the blood ancestor despite knowing his power? Wang Lin looked at the Honorable Soul banner and said in a deep voice. He knew that the blood ancestor could hear him. Could it be that your daughter Yao Shishue can plot against me, but I, Wang Lin, can't? Although you love your daughter, you don't know right from wrong. You don't think about what happened before. Although you love your children, you spoil them. Wang gave you a chance, but your blood ancestor wanted to kill Wang. In Wang's eyes, your actions are no different from Yao Shishue's. Wang Lin understood this 1,000 years ago, but you, blood ancestor, still don't understand. Wang Lin raised his head and looked into the distance. He put away the Honorable Soul banner, not caring whether the blood ancestor understood or not. He only needed to have a clear conscience. He raised his right hand and pressed down on the celestial fragment. With a flash of yellow light, the fragment shrank until it was the size of a grain of sand. Wang Lin swallowed it. He patted his clothes as if he wanted to sweep away the gloominess from the past few days. Then his body flickered and he flew off into the distance. In the Thunder Celestial Realm, I must make myself as strong as possible. My spells are still lacking. Before, my cultivation level wasn't high enough, so I wasn't qualified to obtain a celestial spell. However, with my current cultivation level, I can participate in the competition for the Caves of the Celestials. My goal is celestial spells. One Air, don't worry, I must go to Planet Donglin. As long as there is a sliver of a chance for you to awaken, I, Wang Lin, will do everything I can to fight for it. Wang Lin placed his right hand between his eyebrows. The increase in his cultivation level made him even more confident in awakening Li Muan. The reason he came to the Luo Tian star system, aside from avoiding those old monsters, was to resurrect Li Muan. With thoughts of giving up on Li Muan, Wang Lin walked step by step toward the end of the void. His goal was the fragment before him. From this moment on, there was one more powerful person in the Thunder Celestial Realm, one more treasure snatcher. He was Wang Lin. On the fragment before Wang Lin, Li Yuan's escape was coming to an end. His body was like a dried-up oil lamp. If it wasn't for the person behind him playing with him, he would have died a long time ago. What made him feel even more humiliated was that the man was using him as a target to try out all kinds of spells and spells. The old man beside the man gave off a ruthless and cold aura. He would occasionally give pointers to the young man, and every time he gave pointers, Li Yuan would be in an even more sorry state. Of the remaining 8 flying swords, only 3 remained. The rest were casually grabbed by the old man, had their divine senses erased, and were thrown to the young man. Then the young man gave them to the woman beside him. A sense of grief and indignation brewed in Li Yuan's heart. The bell-like laughter and coquettish voice of the woman behind him made him feel extremely irritated. Along the way, he had suffered even more injuries. Because he had been fleeing for so long, he had no time to heal his right arm, so it was already rotting. There were even some white bugs burrowing into the rotting flesh. These bugs weren't maggots, but rather poisonous bugs released by the young man behind him. Li Yuan even had a feeling that the white bug was wriggling in his body, and even in his nascent spirit. It was as if his body had become a host for the bug at that moment. Li Yuan's speed became slower and slower. He felt his body become tired and the death aura became even stronger. His face was no longer pale, but rather a sickly red. The old man behind Li Yuan withdrew his gaze from Li Yuan and calmly said, "Young master, This person is already at the end of his rope. The young man smiled and said, he's going to die so soon, but this person is not bad. He lasted for 10 days in Shursan. The cultivators before him only lasted for 8 days at most. Uncle Cho, next time catch a Lucerine cultivator for me. That way, I can play with him for a few more days, and my 8-faced soul devouring insects will mature faster. The old man's expression was calm as he slowly said, okay. It was a simple word, but it was filled with confidence. Beside the young man, the cute girl blinked her eyes and said with a smile, cousin, this person still has a few swords on him. The young man laughed as he wrapped his arm around the woman's waist and said, I can't forget that these 9 swords are all yours. Not to mention these 9 swords, even if it's everything in the Thunder Celestial Realm, as long as I want it, there is nothing I can't obtain. Let's go take a look after we find where he got the swords from. The woman covered her mouth and chuckled. Her eyes were charming and her voice was as beautiful as a lark. She said, cousin, as a member of the Yao family, naturally can do it. The young man revealed an arrogant expression. In the All-Heaven star system, even the Thunder Celestial Temple had to give him some face. As a member of the Yao family, it was just as he had said before. As long as you saw it, there was nothing you couldn't obtain. At this moment, Wang Lin, who was in the void, saw the fragment before him. In a flash, he arrived on this fragment. I wonder where Brother Li is. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, but his expression immediately became gloomy. A powerful killing intent erupted once more after he sealed the blood ancestor. Li Yuan's eyes were no longer focused and were filled with laxity. Am I going to die? Fine, death is death. It's also a kind of release. However, Brother Su, I still haven't taught you the heart restriction. Li Yuan let out a miserable smile. He could no longer see his surroundings clearly. In his eyes, he could vaguely see a few white worms wriggling inside. But the strange thing was that Li Yuan did not feel any pain. Even if I die, a member of the Li family must die with dignity. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed once more and revealed a hint of determination. He decided not to run anymore and turned around to look at the 3 people chasing him. Li Yuan's eyes were filled with intense hatred. I have no grievances with the 3 of you. Even if you want my treasure, you can take it. However, the 3 of you have toyed with me like this. Even if I die, I will turn into a ghost to vent my hatred. Li Yuan slapped his bag of holding, and the remaining 3 flying swords immediately flew out. They gave off a sharp aura, and with a point of Li Yuan's finger, the 3 flying swords charged toward the young man among the 3. You overestimate yourself. The young man sneered, and his right hand reached out. A large, blood-colored hand appeared before him and grabbed the 3 flying swords. Li Yuan's expression was ferocious. When the young man grabbed the flying swords, his left hand formed a seal, and he quickly pressed it between his eyebrows. A ray of black light, as thick as an arm, came out and split into countless threads. As Li Yuan's left hand formed a seal, they formed restrictions that emitted a mysterious force. The moment these restrictions appeared, they split from 1 to 18. In an instant, countless restrictions surrounded Li Yuan. He let out a roar and coughed out a large mouthful of blood that landed on the restrictions. However, there were a lot of small, white bugs inside the blood, making it look extremely shocking. After absorbing his blood, the restrictions quickly flew toward the young man. They were extremely fast and closed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the young man had just barely managed to grab the 3 flying swords. Even as the restrictive spells descended, the young man didn't seem the least bit alarmed. He snorted coldly, and his eyes shone with scorn. The old man next to him stepped forward and waved his hand, causing boundless vital energy of heaven and earth to fill the area. Break! The old man only spat out one word. In an instant, those flying restrictions were immediately filled with Yuan power. In an instant, they shattered with a bang. However, after they shattered, there were black lines that did not disappear. Instead, they gathered together and formed a black restriction. With a trace of destructive aura, it charged towards the old man. The old man slapped his bag of holding, and an ancient mirror appeared. In a flash, it surrounded the black line. The world suddenly darkened, as if all the light was gathered on the ancient mirror. The black line immediately collapsed. Li Yuan's body trembled, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The death aura on his face had reached a peak. He let out a miserable laugh and muttered to himself, "It's not that my family's restrictions aren't strong enough. If I hadn't helped Brother Sue, I would have used up too much of the heart restriction, and I wouldn't have had time to recover. If I hadn't done that, the restriction breaking ancient mirror wouldn't have succeeded. However, Brother Sue has helped my family greatly. Although this is the case, I don't regret it. If I die, then I die." Li Yuan let out a miserable laugh. At this moment, the old man took a step forward. He didn't even look at Li Yuan as he kicked Li Yuan. Cracking sounds echoed, and Li Yuan coughed out another mouthful of blood. When his body fell to the ground, his vision was dark. That kick caused all the celestial spiritual energy in his body to collapse. He no longer had any power to fight back. "Young master, this person is no longer a threat. You can attack now." The old man retreated with a cold expression. He didn't feel any shame at all for an illusory cultivator to attack an ascendant junior. The young man had just barely managed to trap the 3 flying swords. Due to the collapse of Li Yuan's celestial spiritual energy, he had lost contact with the 3 swords. He grabbed them and threw them to the woman beside him. The young man laughed coldly as he took a step forward, and he arrived in front of Li Yuan before he said coldly, "Let me see exactly where you found those swords." As he spoke, he raised his right hand and pressed it down towards Li Yuan's head. "Cousin, hurry up." The woman smiled as she watched all of this. Her eyes were filled with charm as she played with the celestial sword in her hand. As for the old man, his expression was calm and indifferent. Just at this moment, the moment the young man named Yao's right hand pressed down on Li Yuan, a ripple suddenly appeared beside Li Yuan. The old man's expression changed greatly at this moment. He took a step forward and shouted, "Young master, quickly retreat." The young man was startled. In an instant, an unimaginable killing intent came from the ripple. This killing intent was so strong that it caused the world to instantly become cold. There were even snowflakes falling from the sky. The young man's face was pale. Ignoring the fact that he was searching Li Yuan's soul, he immediately retreated. However, it was at this moment that a figure appeared from within the ripples. The moment this figure appeared, the killing intent in the air exploded madly, reaching its peak. Thunderous rumbles echoed in the sky. The moment the young man retreated, the figure that appeared from the ripple stepped forward and pointed at the young man's chest. A series of cracking sounds echoed, and the young man coughed out a mouthful of blood. All the bones in his body were broken, and he was thrown back. The figure stepped forward once more and pointed at the young man's forehead. Dense origin energy entered the young man's body like a raging wave and instantly collapsed all the celestial spiritual energy in the young man's body. Popping sounds echoed, and the young man's face instantly turned pale. In his eyes, that finger had replaced the world and had become the source of his life. His body was thrown back and turned into an arc. When he stood up in midair, popping sounds came from his body and large amounts of blood came out from his mouth. The blood turned into a mist of blood. The origin energy that rushed into his body erupted like crazy. First, it destroyed his celestial spiritual energy, then it destroyed his Tao foundation. Finally, it forced all the blood in his body to his skin and sprayed out through his pores. At this moment, his body was like a person made of blood, and his body was covered in a mist of blood. The origin energy in his body didn't stop. It continued to rampage and destroy every inch of the young man named Yao's muscles. Even his internal organs were crushed in an instant. Things weren't over yet. The origin power was too strong, so strong that it was inconceivable. After destroying his internal organs, it rushed into his head, shattering his hard skull and even his brain. In an instant, the youth surnamed Yao's entire body was completely and utterly destroyed. When he was thrown into the air, his body collapsed and dissipated before he even reached the halfway point. The nascent divinity inside was filled with confusion and unimaginable fear. It even had the urge to cry. Almost at the moment the body collapsed and the nascent divinity appeared, origin energy erupted one last time and rushed into the young man's nascent divinity. It tore it apart and completely destroyed it. However, it didn't dissipate. The young man's origin soul quickly condensed into a fist-sized ball of light that instantly returned to Wang Lin's hand. He grabbed it and pressed it between Li Yuan's eyebrows to nourish his dissipating origin soul. "Who gave you the right to injure my friend?" An extremely cold voice slowly came from Wang Lin's mouth. All of this happened in an instant, so fast that it was unimaginable. The old man had only just taken a step forward, and before he even got close, everything was over. Cold sweat broke out on the old man's forehead, which was a rare sight. His calmness was no longer there. His indifference had long since collapsed, and his calmness had completely disappeared in an instant. His eyes were filled with intense shock and even a hint of fear. Just now, he had not been able to see that person's figure at all. In particular, when that person appeared, the origin energy contained in that ripple almost caused him to suck in a sharp breath. What terrified him even more was the aura that came from the ripples. From his point of view, the young man that appeared had fused with the world. Too terrifying. I know all the corporeal yang cultivators that entered the thunder celestial realm. Who the hell is this person? His face was pale, and he couldn't stop sweating. The powerful killing intent from the young man caused his mind to tremble. He subconsciously took a few steps back and even had the urge to escape. Not far away, the woman was completely stunned. The scene before her caused her mind to go blank. "Su, Brother Su." On the ground, Li Yuan looked at Wang Lin with excitement in his eyes and struggled to say, "Help me, kill them." 3 chapters combined into one, 9,200 words explosion, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 773. Li Yuan's voice was filled with bone-piercing hatred. If this hatred could become tangible, it would immediately erupt to vent the anger he had accumulated over the past few days. Wang Lin nodded. His gaze moved past the illusory old man and landed on the stunned woman's hand. She was holding Li Yuan's celestial sword. Wang Lin didn't waste any time and calmly took a step forward. With this step, he crossed several hundred feet and appeared before the woman. Only now did the woman recover from her intense shock. She had personally seen the youth with the surname Yao's body collapse with a single finger from the person before her. The sounds of the youth's body being tossed out still lingered in the woman's ears. With one finger, the body collapsed, and the origin soul of the young man, named Yao, was caught by the person in front of her. His divine sense was erased and turned into a mass of origin energy. This scene destroyed her mind and made her tremble. When she saw Wang Lin suddenly charge at her, the fear in her heart was ignited. The fear caused her to almost go hysterical and let out a scream. In her eyes, Wang Lin was no longer a person, but a devil, a terrifying devil that devoured souls. She subconsciously wanted to retreat and didn't even dare to resist. The only thought in her mind was to escape. Escape, escape. Since she was young, she'd never been so terrified. Not only did this terrifying feeling destroy her consciousness, it even left behind a deep crack in her Tao heart. Even if she was lucky enough to escape this calamity, her cultivation would drop greatly in the future, and it would be impossible for her to improve it. Wang Lin's expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with coldness. With one step, he arrived before the retreating woman. In Wang Lin's eyes, this woman's speed was too slow. At this moment, the illusory old man's eyes lit up. He didn't save her and instead quickly retreated. He pointed at the woman's pupils shrank and the fear in her eyes reached a peak. He pressed his finger on the spot between her eyebrows. Origin energy poured out and rushed into the woman's body like a raging dragon. Her body was not thrown out, but her body trembled and she froze in place. Popping sounds continued to echo from within his body. This sound was extremely familiar to the woman. It was exactly the same sound that came from a man surnamed Yao's body. From between his eyebrows, His yuan shun transformed into a ball of light and flew out. Wang Lin grabbed at the air with his right hand and directly threw it towards Li Yuan, who was on the ground. It fused into his body and turned into yuan qi to nourish his yuan shun. At the same time, it also slightly healed the many injuries in his body. The woman's body collapsed at this moment and disappeared without a trace. Even before she died, she still didn't understand why the person they had humiliated didn't tell them earlier that he had a friend with this cultivation level in the Thunder Celestial realm. As his body dissipated, all of his flying swords and bags of holding flew out and landed on the ground. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the rapidly escaping old man. He revealed a sneer and took a step forward. His body merged with the world, and he disappeared. The illusory, old man's mind trembled. He wasn't confident in winning against Wang Lin, who had suddenly appeared, so he quickly escaped. However, just at this moment, ripples echoed in the void before him. A powerful origin energy came out and caused the old man to stop. Wang Lin's figure stepped out from inside the palace. Next, it's your turn. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his right hand, and a bolt of purple thunder appeared. The moment this thunder appeared, the area within 1,000 feet was filled with purple gas. Lightning moved within the purple gas and quickly condensed into a bolt of thunder that was as thick as an arm and shot toward the old man. The old man's expression changed greatly, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, his hands formed a seal, and a red flame appeared in his palms. The flame gave off a high temperature and surrounded his body, forming a shield of fire. The thunder descended and landed on the shield of fire. Popping sounds echoed, and the shield of fire immediately collapsed. The thunder charged in and landed on the old man's body. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he quickly retreated. At this moment, the old man was scared out of his wits. His scalp was numb, and the shock and fear in his heart had reached their limit. As the old man retreated, he quickly said, "Senior, please allow me to speak." Wang Lin's expression was cold as he took a step forward and chased after the old man. He coldly said, "How many days have you been chasing my friend? Speak." As the old man retreated, he quickly said, "Sure, San Tian, but senior, all of this was done by the young master of the Yao family." The old man tried to persuade him, but our statuses are different, so I couldn't stop him. At this moment, he was extremely terrified of the person before him. A corporeal yang cultivator was not someone he could resist. Even he was only one step away from the corporeal yang realm. Sure, San Tian. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He took a step forward and instantly caught up to the old man. His 2 fingers formed a sword and moved like lightning toward the old man's left arm. The old man's expression changed, and he was about to dodge. But at this moment, Wang Lin said one word. "Stop." That one word was like a demonic sound. When it landed in the old man's ears, he immediately felt an unimaginably dense origin energy fill the surroundings. His body was unable to move at all, and even his origin soul seemed to slow down like it was in water within the dense origin energy. This is the first day. Wang Lin's finger that had formed a sword landed on the old man's left arm. Origin energy surged out, and the old man's entire left arm collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood that sprayed out in a fan shape. Large amounts of origin energy erupted once more, and all the flesh and blood were completely destroyed. The old man's face revealed a painful expression. He wanted to struggle, but his body couldn't move at all. The second day, Wang Lin's 2 fingers moved again and pressed down on the old man's left leg. Origin energy rushed in, and a large amount of the old man's left leg exploded. The veins on the old man's face swelled, and he revealed a ferocious expression. However, within this ferocious expression was a dense amount of fear. In his eyes, the terror of Wang Lin had completely replaced his mind. This is the 3rd day. Wang Lin lifted his foot and directly lifted the old man's right leg. Another bang immediately rang out, and in almost an instant, 3 of the old man's 4 limbs exploded. The old man let out a miserable groan. Intense pain drowned him like a tidal wave. This pain was too great, and under the stimulation, his origin soul finally loosened. As the origin energy flowed through his body showed signs of recovery. As he withdrew his foot, Wang Lin's right hand pointed at the old man's right arm. Large amounts of origin energy rushed in, and the old man's entire right arm, the only remaining limb, suddenly collapsed. This is the fourth day. This wasn't the end. The moment the power of the stop spell dissipated and the old man regained his mobility, his body was filled with origin energy, and he quickly retreated. At that moment, Wang Lin's cold voice rang out again. "Stop!" The old man let out a sorrowful cry. When Lin Fan's voice entered his ears, it was like the sound of death, causing him to feel despair as if he had fallen into an abyss. If he had known this would happen, he definitely wouldn't have touched a single hair on Li Yuan. At this moment, his mind was in a daze. Faintly, the words that the person before him said when he first appeared echoed in his mind. "Who gave you the right to injure my friend?" These words reverberated in his mind like a thunderclap. After the old man's body was stopped for the second time, Wang Lin took a step forward and his right hand quickly pointed at the old man's chest. Every time he pointed, the old man's body would tremble and blood would flow from the corner of his mouth. The fifth day, the sixth day, the seventh day. In the end, the old man's chest was a bloody mess. All the bones in his body were broken and blood sprayed out like mist. His entire body had lost all signs of life. This is the last day. Wang Lin's right hand formed a palm and mercilessly slapped the top of the old man's head. With a crisp cracking sound, the old man's body completely collapsed and turned into a large amount of flesh and blood that dissipated in a mist of blood. His origin soul charged out and trembled in the air as he shouted, "The Yao family won't let you off." Wang Lin's eyes were cold. With one thought, he slapped his bag of holding, and the 1 billion soul flag appeared in his hand. He waved the flag, revealing the unwilling image of the blood ancestor. "Do you recognize him?" Wang Lin asked calmly. The old man's origin soul was startled. After taking a closer look, his eyes bulged out in shock. Although he didn't recognize who this person was, his appearance was 70% similar to the Yao family's ancestor. Without waiting for the old man to speak, Wang Lin already knew the answer from the old man's expression. He took a step forward and the origin energy in his body surged out, locking down the old man's origin soul. He reached out, and the old man's origin soul couldn't escape at all. It was immediately pulled back to Wang Lin's side. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he grabbed the old man's origin soul and used the soul search spell. The large amount of origin energy made it impossible for the old man to struggle. A moment later, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He wiped away the old man's divine sense and turned the old man's origin soul into a ball of origin energy. Wang Lin landed next to Li Yuan. He held the ball of origin energy and pressed it between Li Yuan's eyebrows. "Brotherly, I'll also give you some good fortune. Whether or not you can reach the illusory Yin stage will depend on your luck." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand pressed down on Li Yuan's chest. "Return." With a low shout, small white bugs immediately flew out from Li Yuan's body. These bugs were all incomparably ferocious. They wriggled around each other and emitted a fishy stench from their bodies. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he squeezed and the bugs collapsed one by one. He was recommending a book. Air Jin didn't know the author, but he could tell that he was a newcomer like Air General. It was a book that Air Jin had been reading recently. The book was very well written, and the name was Lycon. Air Jin rarely advertised for people, but this time, he sincerely wanted to help him. It wasn't easy for newcomers, and Air Jin's power was very small. After all, he wasn't a god, but he still tried his best. Chapter 774. Li Yuan's cultivation was already at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. The reason he hadn't broken through to the illusory Yin stage was because his origin soul didn't have enough origin energy. This time, Wang Lin used 3 origin souls to nourish his origin soul. In particular, the origin soul of the illusory Yin old man contained a large amount of origin energy. As a result, Li Yuan's chance of breaking through to the peak of the late stage of Ascendant had increased a lot. After placing some restrictions around Li Yuan, Wang Lin sat down and began to ponder. The blood ancestor is indeed a member of the Yao family. From the memories of the old man, it turns out that the Yao family is this powerful, especially the Yao family's ancestor, blood god. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. I, Wang Lin, have encountered many powerful enemies since I started cultivating. One more blood god isn't much. Wang Lin asked himself. Even if he knew all of this, would he let Li Yuan go just because the blood god was strong? Moreover, since he had already offended the blood ancestor, he had already made a decision. As long as I master the spell to merge with the world, even if the Tuos sun comes, I'll be able to escape unscathed. However, some of the memories in the old man's divine sense are interesting. Perhaps they will be of great use to me. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a decisive gaze. He sat down and began to adjust the origin energy in his body and continue to refine it. Once I absorb all the origin energy in my body, I'll be infinitely close to the second step, the early stage of Nirvana Scryer. Wang Lin pondered a bit before waving his right hand. 3 bags of holding and several flying swords flew toward him. These 3 bags of holding belonged to the 3 people. Wang Lin's gaze first fell on the flying swords. He and Li Yuan had found these swords inside the celestial storage space. After scanning the flying swords with his divine sense, Wang Lin moved, and the 9 swords flew into the air. They landed on the ground and stabbed into the ground. 8 of them formed a circle, and 1 stabbed into the ground. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, causing 9 animal bones to fly out. The largest one landed in the middle of the 8 flying swords, while the other 8 surrounded the flying sword that was stabbed into the ground. This scene was exactly what it looked like when Wang Lin first discovered them. After a moment of careful examination, Wang Lin used his divine sense to examine these 9 animal bones. There seemed to be a brand inside them that prevented his divine sense from completely imprinting them, let alone controlling them. Back then, he had suspected that the animal bone magical item might have a special way to open it. Now that he put the animal bone back into the flying sword, Wang Lin could immediately tell that something was different. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and entered the 8 small animal bones. The moment his divine sense touched the bones, they suddenly trembled and a suction force came from them. Wang Lin's origin soul immediately felt this suction force. His eyes lit up and the origin energy in his body began to flow into his origin soul. Then, following the suction force, his origin soul split into 8 parts and entered the 8 animal bones. The suction force seemed to have no end and continued to absorb Wang Lin's origin soul. It was as if it wanted to absorb all of Wang Lin's origin soul. Wang Lin began to ponder. With a thought, he withdrew his origin soul from the beast bone. After that, he performed a series of hand seals and set down a series of seals in the surroundings. He also spread out the origin energy in his body to cover a radius of 1,000 zhang. Immediately, a white mist appeared and spread out in all directions. This mist contained his origin energy. If an outsider passed by and saw this mist, they wouldn't act rashly. This was because the origin soul inside the mist was filled with pressure. Even illusory yin or corporeal yang cultivators would be extra cautious when they saw this. This meant that there was a second step cultivator inside the mist that didn't want others to disturb him. If anyone tried to charge in, they would be attacked by the origin soul inside the mist. After dispersing the origin energy that had turned into mist, Wang Lin pondered a bit before spitting out the fragment stamp and fusing it with the mist. Only then did he relax and close his eyes. There was a flash of light from the top of his head, and his ancient thunder dragon origin soul flew out. It let out a roar and charged toward the 8 animal bones. The moment the origin soul got close, a suction force came from the 8 animal bones. Under this suction force, Wang Lin's origin soul split into 8 parts and entered each of the animal bones. After absorbing all of Wang Lin's origin soul, the 8 animal bones released a demonic light that became stronger and stronger. In the end, 8 rays of blue light shot out from the animal bones and gathered toward the flying sword in the center. This blue light also contained Wang Lin's origin soul. His origin soul underwent a transformation that he didn't understand and entered the flying sword through the blue light. The sword trembled and released bursts of sword hymns. Wang Lin's origin soul condensed inside the sword and immediately felt a powerful sword energy charge toward Wang Lin's origin soul. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and the origin soul inside his origin soul suddenly spread out, forming a storm that immediately dissipated all the sword energy. However, the next moment, even more sword energy appeared as if there was no beginning and no end. Something is wrong. This is a restriction formation. Wang Lin's eyes revealed the light of deduction as he sat down and continued to deduce. His origin energy formed a shield around him, and he ignored the incoming sword energy. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had seen through this restriction, and with a thought, a restriction appeared around him and spread out in all directions. At this moment, the flying sword surrounded by the 8 beast bones released sword energy. The sword flew into the air above the beast bones surrounded by the 8 celestial swords. The tip of the sword pointed down, and the sword energy instantly spread out. The sword energy split into 8 parts and entered the 8 celestial swords. Wang Lin's origin soul once again split into 8 parts and entered the 8 celestial swords. The experience from before happened again, but this time, there was even more sword energy. As Wang Lin's origin soul split into 8 parts, almost all of them experienced the same thing. 3 days later, the 8 celestial swords released sword energy at the same time. The sword energy gathered at the center of the beast bone. Wang Lin's origin soul charged out from the sword energy and entered the largest beast bone with 4 spikes. His origin soul fused with the beast bone, and at the same time, he left an imprint on the beast bone. A sense of enlightenment appeared in Wang Lin's origin soul. At this moment, he understood the beast bone very well. It was as if it was part of his body. After a long time, Wang Lin's origin soul flew out from the beast bone and returned to his body. Wang Lin opened his eyes. His face was filled with surprise and excitement. It is indeed worthy of being a celestial treasure. Without a specific method, it is impossible to imprint my divine sense on it. Once I successfully imprint my divine sense, I can immediately learn how to use it. Wang Lin stood up and waved his hand. The giant beast bone flew over and floated in front of him. This item is called the Withered Dao Pear. It is extremely powerful and is a true celestial treasure. Unfortunately, it was damaged by its owner during the battle with the ancient god. Adding on the fact that its owner died, it hasn't been fully repaired even now. Even so, its power is still shocking. It can be said to be one of the strongest treasures I have right now. Wang Lin reached out with his right hand. The beast bone immediately began to move as if it had come to life. It devoured Wang Lin's hand and then disappeared. A moment later, the image of a beast bone appeared on the back of Wang Lin's right hand. It was extremely lifelike. Wang Lin didn't put away the origin force fog. He looked at Li Yuan in the distance. Li Yuan's injuries had recovered a lot, and his origin soul was in the process of fusing with his origin force to make his final breakthrough. Wang Lin wasn't sure if he would succeed. While waiting for Li Yuan to awaken, Wang Lin opened the bags of holding of the 3 dead people. Although there were some items inside the bag of holding of the woman, Wang Lin wasn't interested. He only took the celestial jade inside and threw the bag to the side. As for young Master Yao's bag of holding, there were some items inside. As Wang Lin looked through it, his eyes suddenly focused on one item. It was a talisman. Compared to this talisman, everything else was nothing. Taking out the talisman, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This was the second talisman he had seen in the Luo Tian star system. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and another talisman appeared in his hand. The two talismans looked similar, but the symbols on them were different. What exactly is this? Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and scanned the two talismans. His eyes immediately narrowed as he felt a slight fluctuation of origin force from the two talismans. If it was his previous cultivation level, he wouldn't have been able to detect it. Interesting. Could it be that this item is also a magic treasure? Wang Lin pondered a bit and carefully put the talisman away. He had a feeling that this talisman was extraordinary. Picking up the last bag of holding, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he muttered to himself. That old man's thoughts were in a mess, but he was very clear about the Thunder Celestial Realm. He was ordered by the Yao family to take the Yao family to the Thunder Celestial Realm's hidden spell pavilion to obtain celestial spells. From the old man's thoughts, Wang Lin learned that there was a fragment in the Thunder Celestial Realm that was sealed countless years ago by the four great cultivation families of the Luo Tian star system. On this sealed fragment, there was a hidden spell pavilion of the Thunder Celestial Realm. The so-called hidden spell pavilion was to store celestial spells, and the celestial spells inside were completely preserved. However, this hidden spell pavilion was created by the Thunder Celestial Realm's Celestial Emperor and his subordinates, and it had its own rules. Whether one could obtain celestial spells inside depended on luck. For a long time, this hidden spell pavilion had become an exclusive place for the four great cultivation families, and outsiders weren't allowed to enter. The four great cultivation families of the Celestial Realm couldn't break the rules, so they could only seal this fragment. Every time it opened, they would send their family members here to try their luck. For a long time, this hidden spell pavilion had become an exclusive place for the four great cultivation families, and outsiders weren't allowed to enter. Hidden spell pavilion. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. Just at this moment, Li Yuan's breathing became rough, and he slowly opened his eyes. He stared ahead and let out a sigh. Thank you, Brother Su. However, I might not be fated to be an illusory cultivator, so my origin soul can't contain that much origin energy. Li Yuan looked down at his severed arm. After he finished speaking, he silently pondered. Wang Lin raised his right hand and withdrew it. The mist formed by the origin energy immediately dissipated, revealing the world. His eyes became serious as he carefully looked at Li Yuan and smiled. Brotherly doesn't need to belittle yourself. The origin energy in your body nourishes your origin soul. Once you absorb all the origin energy, you will naturally reach the illusory stage. That day may be fast or slow, but it will definitely happen. Li Yuan's eyes shined brightly, and he nodded. He stood up and bowed toward Wang Lin. He clasped his hands and said, Brother Su, you have done me a great favor. I will remember this favor and will never forget it. Li Yuan didn't say much, but his words pierced through his heart. Aside from gratitude, he felt nothing but gratitude toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin faintly smiled as he stood up. His right hand grabbed the only bag of holding he hadn't searched. He scanned it with his divine sense before throwing it at Li Yuan. At the same time, the 9 celestial swords on the ground flew into the air and landed beside Li Yuan. Return the item to its owner. Take care of the bag of holding. I believe the items inside will be useful to you. Li Yuan nodded and put away the flying swords. He picked up the bag of holding and scanned it. It was an ancient mirror. This item is called the restriction-breaking ancient mirror. There aren't many of them left, but they can break most restrictions. As he spoke, he threw the ancient mirror to Wang Lin. Wang Lin caught it with a smile and put it inside his bag of holding. Li Yuan hesitated for a moment before asking, I am no longer able to see through Brother Su's current cultivation. However, it is clear that it has greatly increased since the last time we parted. I wonder if the Blood Ancestor was destroyed by the storage space? The danger of the Blood Ancestor has been resolved. Although he is not dead, he is not far from it. Wang Lin casually said this, but when Li Yuan heard this, his mind trembled. He looked meaningfully at Wang Lin. With his intelligence, he was able to tell that Wang Lin's rapid increase in cultivation was definitely related to the Blood Ancestor. Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan and smiled. Brotherly, I'm going to travel the Thunder Celestial Realm to find all the celestial spells I can find. Are you willing to help me break restrictions along the way? With his current strength, aside from a limited number of people, no one in the Thunder Celestial Realm was his match. Even with Li Yuan by his side, no one could hurt him. Not to mention, with Li Yuan's restrictions, given enough time, he wouldn't even need Wang Lin's protection most of the time. Wang Lin had his own reasons for inviting Li Yuan. Li Yuan obviously knew a lot more about the Thunder Celestial Realm than he did, especially the restrictions. With Li Yuan there, it would be much easier to find celestial spells. Li Yuan's eyes were filled with pride as he faintly smiled and said, "I'll do everything I can to help Brother Su achieve your wish. As long as I have enough time, I'm confident I can break all the restrictions in the Thunder Celestial Realm. For example, Brother Su, take a look. This was once a celestial ruin." Li Yuan's left hand pointed ahead. He was pointing at a plain. The weeds and branches on the ground rustled when the wind blew by. No matter how you looked at it, it was very ordinary. Li Yuan's one arm formed a seal. At this moment, his body was filled with origin energy. Some restrictions that were passed down in his family, but couldn't be used because of the slave imprint, could now be used. The sky darkened, and the plain before him was lifted up like a canvas. As Li Yuan's seal landed, the plain slowly shattered, revealing the ruins of the city. A broken stone tablet stood in front of the ruins. 3 ancient words were written on it. Celestial Attraction Palace. Celestial spells can't only be used after mastering the chant. With my Li family's annihilation restriction heart restriction, I can use the traces left behind by the celestial spell to reverse engineer it. This spell harms the body, so my Li family won't use it easily. However, as long as Brother Su needs it, I'll help. Today's 2 chapters totaled 7,200 words. After the Blood Ancestor, the Thunder Celestial Realm will rise. Let's see how Wang Lin will become famous in the Thunder Celestial Realm as the Luo Tian. Chapter 775. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as his gaze fell on the broken stone tablet. After carefully looking at it, he moved forward and arrived before it. Li Yuan followed closely and looked at the stone tablet. Then he looked around the ruins and smiled. Brother Su, if I'm not wrong, this so-called Celestial Attraction Palace was a place where celestials traded before the collapse of the Thunder Celestial Realm. Wang Lin nodded and calmly walked toward the ruins. Along the way, he could see the remains of pavilions everywhere. This palace was very large, almost the size of a mortal city. The entire ruins of the city were extremely quiet. Only the occasional wind would blow through the ruins, bringing with it a sobbing sound. On the ground, only when the wind blew by would slight vortexes appear. These vortexes would gently pick up some dust and scatter it in all directions. From the surrounding ruins, it could be seen that there were pavilions everywhere. However, at this moment, they were extremely damaged, and there were even fluctuations of restrictions in some places. After carefully searching the ruins of the city, Wang Lin didn't find anything strange. It was obvious that people had come here many times during the Thunder Celestial Realm's opening. In any transaction palace like this, the largest shop must be on the east side. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and he looked toward the east. On the east side of the city, the ruins were even more serious. It was impossible to see the shop, only broken walls. Li Yuan took a few quick steps forward and arrived at the eastern part of the wreckage. He squatted down and lifted up a large boulder that had collapsed. He looked at it carefully and then performed an incantation with his left hand, as if he were calculating something. Wang Lin calmly arrived here and spread out his divine sense. However, he didn't find anything. A moment later, Li Yuan's eyes narrowed. He pointed at a spot in the ruins and said, "Brother Su, use your spell to attack this spot." Wang Lin didn't waste any time. He raised his hand, and a bolt of purple lightning shot out. The purple lightning turned into a dragon and charged toward where Li Yuan was pointing at. When the purple lightning landed, there was a loud bang. The earth trembled slightly, and all of the rubble in the ruins were moved. There on the ground, there was a pattern without any ripples. This pattern seemed to be a formation that had been carved into the ground by someone. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange look. Li Yuan took a few steps forward and arrived next to the formation. After looking at it, he smiled and said, "Brother Su, as far as I know, even if it's an immortal's shop, there must be a hidden compartment. It's just as I expected." Wang Lin nodded and said, "It seems like this hidden grid formation has been here for too long, and the celestial force maintaining its operation has already disappeared. That's why there are no ripples on it." Li Yuan squatted down and wiped off a large amount of dust with his left hand. After a brief calculation, he nodded and said, "That's right. And from the looks of the dust, I'm afraid that no one has been here for a long time. This formation is indeed like what Brother Su said. It has lost its celestial force and has become a dead formation." He then explained, "The so-called death formation is like this. Once it loses its vitality, it cannot be broken. However, I have a way to restore it. Brother Su, I need some time, so please wait a moment." With that, Li Yuan sat down in the lotus position, bit the tip of his left finger, took a deep breath, and placed it on the formation. There was a fluctuation of origin energy on his left hand. Blood slowly flowed out from the wound and entered the formation. Wang Lin calmly stood on the side and looked at the wreckage before him. He felt a sense of regret. The Thunder Celestial Realm must have been extremely spectacular back then. There must have been countless Celestials, or else it would have been impossible to form a transaction palace of this size. There were also many shops in this palace. Standing here, Wang Lin could imagine that countless years ago, Celestials came here on celestial treasures and celestial beasts. They were like mortals who came here to trade for what they needed. The Celestials back then probably never thought that one day the Celestial Realm would collapse. While pondering, Wang Lin let out a sigh. He remembered the giant handprint he saw in the Rain Celestial Realm. That handprint was a spell that shattered the earth. Unfortunately, Li Yuan can't go to the Rain Celestial Realm. Otherwise, with his heart restriction, I wonder if he could reverse engineer the spell of that handprint. Time slowly passed, and Li Yuan's face gradually paled. The blood on his left finger slowly flowed down, spreading throughout the entire formation. Gradually, the formation seemed to be injected with life, and tiny ripples appeared on its surface. Li Yuan's eyes lit up and his left hand pointed to between his eyebrows. A black line flew out and turned into a restriction that landed inside the formation. Li Yuan's left hand quickly formed a seal and was about to place another restriction. However, just at this moment, the restriction formed by the black line entered the formation. The entire formation suddenly spat out a bright pillar of light. This pillar of light pierced the sky. Even from far away, it could be clearly seen. Li Yuan was startled. The restriction in his left hand dissipated before he could even form it. How is this possible? This is the first time the celestial formation has been activated. This is the first time it has been activated. Li Yuan looked at the pillar of light, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Wang Lin frowned slightly as he looked at the pillar of light. This pillar of light had appeared too suddenly. There was no sign of it before, so he couldn't stop it. Also, looking at Li Yuan's expression, it seemed like this matter was outside of his expectations. Wang Lin calmly said, "Brotherly." The Li Yuan took a deep breath. At this moment, the pillar of light gradually dimmed and shrank. It looked like it would soon disappear completely. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and immediately found some clues about the pillar of light. There seemed to be a suppressed, celestial, spiritual energy bursting out from the pillar of light. Li Yuan stared at the gradually dimming pillar of light and said, "If the celestial formation is opened with the correct method, then this kind of thing won't happen. However, if it is opened with other methods, the first time it is opened, the spirit will leak out. Only by releasing the spirit inside the formation can one enter." The first time? Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. That's right, this should be the first time this formation has been opened with other methods. Once the pillar of light dissipates, we can go in and see what is inside. Li Yuan stared at the formation and licked his lips. Wang Lin nodded. Suddenly, his expression changed and he looked into the distance. A moment later, he saw two rays of sword energy flying over. They gave off a powerful fluctuation of celestial, spiritual energy. It was clear that they were attracted by the pillar of light and wanted to see what was inside. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, and his right hand reached out to the ground. A large piece of broken wall flew into the air and shattered into dust. Wang Lin waved his hand, and the dust scattered like crazy. In the blink of an eye, the ash from the broken wall within a 3,000-meter radius formed a ring that spread out in all directions, as if it were an artificial barrier. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the slowly dimming pillar of light, and he calmly said, "Anyone who enters will die." Although his voice was light, when it landed in the ears of the two people flying over, it was like thunder. Both of them were at the mid-stage of ascendance, and at this moment, their minds were trembling violently. Even the sword energy under their feet became unstable. Terrified, the two of them stopped outside the ring of ashes and didn't dare to take half a step forward. The two of them looked at each other. Their faces turned pale, and they immediately withdrew their sword energy. One of them clasped his hands and respectfully said, "The two of us juniors are from the Luo Tianzhao family. We will obey seniors' orders and not enter." The pillar of light dissipated faster and faster. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and he walked forward, waiting for the moment the pillar of light completely dissipated. Even the two cultivators thousands of feet away widened their eyes. They had never seen such a scene before, but after pondering for a moment, they guessed that there must be a treasure being born here. Although they didn't dare to steal it, they couldn't let go of a chance to gain experience like this. Perhaps it was because the activation of the formation was too big, but all the cultivators on the fragment saw it clearly. The first thought that came to their minds was that a treasure had appeared here. With this thought in mind, almost all the cultivators rushed toward the pillar of light. The two Zhao family members were the closest, so they arrived first. Not long after, several rays of light flew over from all directions. The people inside the rays of light all had different cultivation levels, but none of them were at the illusory Yin stage. Most of them were at the peak of Ascendant. After these people flew over, they immediately saw the 10,000-foot ring of dust. They all stopped and didn't act rashly. Instead, they began to size it up. Their gazes fell on the 10,000-foot pillar of light that was about to completely disappear, and greed appeared in their eyes. However, when they saw Wang Lin, their expressions all changed. They could feel origin energy coming from Wang Lin's body, so they all retreated. No one dared to step within 10,000 feet. Wang Lin didn't pay any attention to these people, and even Li Yuan didn't pay much attention to them. A moment later, the pillar of light completely dissipated before everyone's gazes. The moment the pillar of light disappeared, a dark hole appeared on the formation on the ground. A celestial spiritual energy fluctuation came from inside, and even the people 10,000 feet away could clearly feel it. Greedy gazes that were hidden very well suddenly gathered inside the dark hole. A mysterious aura appeared in the hearts of the cultivators 10,000 feet away. If Wang Lin wasn't here, these people would immediately rush in. The temptation inside the dark hole was extremely great for cultivators. All of this was because of the unknown. No one knew what was inside the dark hole, but the more they didn't know, the stronger the mysterious feeling would become. Just at this moment, a crazy sword chi whistled through the sky, and a wave of heaven and earth yuan chi spread out in an instant, heading straight for this place. It was as if the 3,000-meter-tall barrier was nothing to this person. The other cultivators 10,000 feet away all revealed strange gazes and became restless. The crazy origin energy coming from the sky meant that a second-step cultivator had arrived. As the origin energy spread out, a yellow figure quickly flew over on a sword energy. Chapter 776. There was a person standing on the sword light. He was wearing a large, yellow robe that fluttered in the wind, giving him a sense of elegance. At this level of cultivation, it was impossible to tell his true age from his appearance. This person looked like he was in his 30s. His face was ordinary, but his eyes were narrow and cold. Dense origin energy came from his body. He had obviously reached the peak of the illusory stage. As he flew over, the people 10,000 feet away from him scattered and didn't dare to block his way. He was getting closer and closer to the 10,000 feet mark. It wasn't that he didn't see the 10,000 feet of dust, nor did he not know what it meant. However, he didn't slow down at all and charged into the 10,000 feet mark. The origin energy from his charge caused the 10,000 feet ring of dust to be pushed back. This scene was seen by the surrounding cultivators, and they all looked over. In their eyes, Wang Lin was a powerful cultivator, and the yellow-robed young man was also a powerful cultivator. The two of them would definitely battle due to the dark hole in the celestial formation. A battle of this level was not common. Some cultivators even had the thought that if the two of them were seriously injured, they could take the risk and benefit themselves. Li Yuan's expression changed slightly. Just as he was hesitating, Wang Lin's calm voice entered his ears. "Brotherly, go down first." Li Yuan didn't say anything. He jumped into the dark hole, and the moment he landed, the young man in yellow had already closed in on him. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he raised his right hand and waved it at the void. A bolt of purple thunder suddenly appeared. The moment the purple thunder appeared, it was surrounded by purple mist. The purple mist followed closely behind it as it charged at the yellow-robed youth. The young man's pupils shrank. It wasn't that he didn't see Wang Lin, but because of his special status and the fact that his family was rushing over, he didn't pay too much attention to Wang Lin. At this moment, he let out a laugh, and his right hand formed claw. 5 strands of black gas appeared and mercilessly clawed at the thunderbolt. The 5 strands of black gas immediately shot out and surrounded the thunderbolt. "Devour!" The yellow-robed young man let out a roar, and the 5 strands of black gas turned into 5 black dragons. They opened their mouths and devoured like crazy. In the blink of an eye, they devoured the thunder and returned to the young man's side. As the 5 black dragons circled him, their bodies grew larger. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 5 dragons that were 1,000 feet long. This caused the young man's aura to increase greatly. "Fellow Taoist, your abilities aren't bad. Please wait a moment. I'm Tang Yinyun, and I'd like to explore the Immortal's Cave with you. What do you think?" The yellow-robed young man slowly said. In truth, it was not easy for someone of his status to say these words. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin's cultivation was higher than his and was comparable to his brother in the corporeal yang realm, he wouldn't have said this. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the cultivators thousands of feet away immediately changed. Some of them even exclaimed, "Tang clan? Could it be the Luo Tian Tang family of the southern region?" All of a sudden, the cultivators fell into deep thought. Wang Lin coldly looked at this person and calmly said, "You're not qualified." Tang Yinyun was startled. He had thought that Wang Lin might refuse and that Wang Lin's expression would change after hearing the Tang family name. However, he didn't expect Wang Lin to be so arrogant. His expression was gloomy and he sneered. "Then I'll have to bother you." As he spoke, he retreated in thought, "This person's cultivation level is higher than mine, so I won't fight him for now. It won't be too late to attack when my brother arrives." Although their Tang family wasn't a big family with an inheritance from the celestial realm, it wasn't small. A lot of people had come to the Thunder Celestial Realm this time, and they hadn't split up. They were all traveling together, and he was just a scout. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he took a step forward. With one step, the surrounding 10,000 feet was filled with dense origin energy. He wasn't fast, but he calmly walked toward Tang Yinyun step by step. Tang Yinyun's expression immediately became gloomy, and he quickly retreated. Just at this moment, a calm voice came from Wang Lin's mouth. "You're also not qualified to devour my thunder." The moment his voice rang out, the 5 black dragons around Tang Yinyun immediately let out painful roars. Lightning flowed through their bodies, and popping sounds continuously rang out. In the blink of an eye, there was a loud bang as one of the black dragons collapsed. At the same time, there were 4 shocking explosions as the other 4 black dragons also self-destructed. Under the impact of the powerful force, Tang Yinyun's expression changed greatly. His hands formed a seal, and a black dragon mark appeared between his eyebrows. Black gas came out from the mark and surrounded his body. Only then was he not affected by the impact. He sucked in a breath of cold air, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He was secretly angry. Wang Lin had attacked for no reason. He didn't show any hostility, so it was impossible for Wang Lin to know what he was thinking. However, before he could ask, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his right hand and pointed forward. The beast bone tattoo on the back of his hand moved as if it was alive and flew out from Wang Lin's finger. In an instant, a giant beast bone appeared before Wang Lin. The four thorns gave off a cold glow. The moment the beast bone appeared, it flew toward Tang Yinyan. Tang Yinyan's expression was gloomy. As he retreated, the black dragon mark between his eyebrows flashed and black fog appeared again. This time, it contained origin energy. Under the origin energy, the mark between Tang Yinyan's eyebrows flew out and a black dragon charged out. It opened its mouth and mercilessly devoured the beast bone. This black dragon was about 10,000 feet long and gave off a pressure the moment it appeared. Its black body was covered in countless dragon scales, and they were covered in runes. This devour was like devouring the world. Endless origin energy fluctuations came from the black dragon. Origin dragon devour. Tang Yinyan roared. He didn't stop and quickly retreated. However, at the instant the black dragon devoured the dragon, two balls of ghostly flames appeared within the two black holes in the eyes of the beast bone. At that moment, the beast bone seemed to have awakened, and a murderous aura exploded forth. The murderous aura was incredibly strong, but it only appeared for an instant before disappearing without a trace in the next breath. All of this happened too quickly. When the murderous aura dissipated, the black dragon that was about to devour him suddenly widened its eyes. There was even a flash of shock in its eyes. Its huge body froze, and a gray color spread out from its tail. In an instant, its entire body turned gray. This gray was the color of stone. The black dragon, which had been condensed by the spell, instantly turned into a stone statue. Even the yuan power outside his body had turned into stone at this moment. With a bang, the black dragon fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. This scene seemed to have frozen everything. Everyone who saw this couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with shock. What kind of treasure is this? Tang Yinyan stared at the fragments of the statue on the ground, and his eyes were filled with terror. The hearts of the surrounding cultivators were pounding. They couldn't believe what they were seeing, and fear swept through their hearts like a storm. The distance between them and the cultivators had never been as dangerous as it was now. It was like a pool of lightning, and they didn't dare to take even half a step closer. Almost at the same time, these first-step cultivators all retreated. It was as if they were too close to the 10,000 feet mark and were afraid they would be affected. The cultivators who thought they could benefit from this fight between the two of them immediately gave up on that thought and broke out in cold sweat. The Zhao brothers secretly rejoiced that they didn't enter the 10,000 feet range, or else they would have already died. In their eyes, the 10,000 feet was not a distance, but a forbidden area of death. At this moment, these cultivators clearly remembered Wang Lin's appearance. Wang Lin was deeply ingrained in their minds. Wang Lin took a step forward and raised his right hand. The beast bone returned to the pattern on the back of his hand. He didn't slow down and arrived before Tang Yinyan with one step. His two fingers contained a sliver of origin energy and pressed down. Tang Yinyan's body trembled and his eyes were filled with terror. He didn't hesitate to teleport away. Just at this moment, Wang Lin let out a cold snort, and the surrounding area was filled with origin energy, cutting off any possibility of teleportation. This spell was something that Wang Lin had researched himself. By relying on origin energy, teleportation would lose its effect. His finger landed between Tang Yinyan's eyebrows. Just at this moment, several rays of light flew over from the distance. A gloomy roar came from the front of the rays of light. Kill him, and you'll be buried with him. Wang Lin frowned. When his finger landed, origin energy rushed in, and Tang Yinyan's body collapsed. He turned into a mist of blood, and even his origin soul collapsed. Anyone who enters the 10,000 feet range will die. Wang Lin turned around and walked toward the dark hole. The 10,000 feet range was his forbidden area. With him here, no one could enter. At this moment, Wang Lin had the right to say such words. At this moment, Li Yuan's cry came from the dark hole, and he charged out. After he appeared, he looked at the black dragon statue in the distance and immediately sent a message to Wang Lin. Brother Su, I've collected the treasures down there. I also found a secret passage, but I don't know where it leads to. A ray of light descended from the sky and turned into 4 figures. There were men and women, and one of them was extremely handsome, but his lips were thin and his eyes were gloomy. If Shangong, who was here, he would immediately recognize this person. It was Tang Yanfeng, the person who mocked Shangong, who at the Thunder Celestial Realm. 10,000 feet forbidden area? Who do you think you are? A middle-aged man beside Tang Yanfeng sneered and stepped into the 10,000 feet forbidden area. Behind him, there was a young man with a cold and arrogant expression. He also stepped into the 10,000 feet forbidden area. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he turned around and looked at the middle-aged man. Today's monthly votes have increased quite a bit. The first 4 days of the month have added nearly 30,000 words. The plot should also be in a small climax. I want to know which month the monthly votes will exceed 1,000 and whether it will surpass June. This is very important because it means that the Renegade Celestial is improving. Tonight, before 12 o'clock, there might be one more chapter. My parents told me to go over for dinner, so I might come back a bit late. I want to finish updating the 3rd chapter. Finally, I still need to ask for monthly votes. For the Renegade Celestial, this is a very important opportunity. Charge up and the sky will be clear. Chapter 777. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and he retreated back into the dark cave. He sat down in the lotus position, and his left hand formed a seal. Black lines flew out and turned into restrictions that landed around him. His cultivation level wasn't high enough, so he couldn't directly help. However, as long as he had enough time, he could leave behind restrictions. He was confident that none of the people outside would be able to enter in a short period of time. This was tantamount to opening a path of retreat for Wang Lin. Wang Lin's gaze was different from the gaze he used to look at Shangong when he first saw the 3rd step. However, this gaze was because Wang Lin's cultivation level was higher. He had sealed the blood ancestor, and he had killed 2 illusory cultivators. His confidence in his cultivation and understanding of his own Tao made this gaze seem to contain everything. The middle-aged man sneered. When Wang Lin looked at him, not only did he not stop, he took another step. This step crossed hundreds of feet, and he walked toward Wang Lin. What a joke. In the Thunder Celestial Realm, there is actually someone who dares to threaten a 10,000-foot forbidden area. However, his words instantly stopped. At this moment, he saw Wang Lin's gaze. This gaze was cold and calm, as if he was looking at a dead person. However, in the eyes of the middle-aged man, it was very different. The moment his body stopped, it was as if everything around him had disappeared, leaving only the other person's gaze. There was no killing intent in that gaze, only calmness. However, this calmness caused the middle-aged man's mind to tremble. The origin energy in his body cycled uncontrollably, as if this was the only way to offset the crisis brought by that gaze. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. When the other party's gaze fell on him, he almost immediately felt as if his entire body was seen through, as if he was naked. This feeling was extremely strong. In the end, he felt like his skin had disappeared and his internal organs and origin soul were all exposed to the other person's gaze. Apart from that, the feeling grew stronger and stronger. It was as if his nascent divinity had completely changed under the gaze of the other party. It was as if his nascent divinity was no longer a nascent divinity, but a mass of vital energy. This was a feeling he had never felt since he began cultivating. It was as if everything in his body, be it his physical body or his nascent soul, had disappeared layer by layer under the gaze of the other party. In the end, he even had the illusion that he could no longer feel his own existence. A mouthful of blood surged up from his chest, and the middle-aged man's face immediately became sickly red. He directly coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and his eyes immediately regained clarity. However, within this clarity, there was a hint of fear. From the moment Wang Lin glanced over until the middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood, all of this had happened in a short period of a few breaths, and it was so fast that the others didn't even have the time to notice any clues. The moment the middle-aged man coughed out blood, Wang Lin moved. He calmly took a step. When his step landed, there was no sound, but the middle-aged man's expression changed greatly, and he retreated without hesitation. He didn't know why, but when Wang Lin's step landed, he felt like Wang Lin was stepping on his origin soul. This indescribable feeling made his mind tremble. The reason he dared to walk out before was because he thought there were 4 people on his side, and Tang Yanfeng was there, so he wasn't afraid. However, at this moment, he felt like he was fighting alone against a powerful corporeal yang cultivator. It was as if he didn't retreat, he would without a doubt die. Wang Lin's expression was calm. After his step landed, he raised his foot and took 10 steps toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face became even more pale. He felt like every step Wang Lin took was like a thunderous rumble that almost caused his mind to collapse. His retreat was almost out of his control, and he subconsciously continued to retreat. He could even hear his own heart thumping faster and more violently as his opponent took a step forward. In the end, his heartbeat seemed to have merged into a single beat. After 10 steps, Wang Lin's body stopped, and his foot landed under the cold gaze of the middle-aged man. The moment his foot landed, the middle-aged man coughed out a large mouthful of blood and quickly retreated as if he had gone crazy. He didn't even notice that he had already retreated 10,000 feet from Wang Lin's forbidden area. When Wang Lin's foot landed, the middle-aged man's heartbeat reached its limit. Thump, 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 thump. His heart instantly collapsed. At this moment, the origin energy in his body went out of control. It rampaged through his body and rushed into his origin soul, tearing it apart. The surroundings were completely silent. Tang Yanfeng's eyes were filled with caution. Ever since he started cultivating, other than a few people, there were very few people in the same generation that could make him act this way. At this moment, not only was he cautious, but he also felt a sense of shock in his heart. He knew that if it were him, it would be easy for him to kill the middle-aged man. However, to be able to cause someone to collapse with just a gaze in a dozen or so steps was a divine ability that caused him to gasp. Based on his experience, he could naturally tell that the middle-aged man's death had something to do with origin energy. It was clear that Wang Lin's usage of origin energy was very clever. He used the surrounding origin energy to create a pressure that crushed the middle-aged man's heart. The woman beside him also had a gloomy expression. One step in front of her was the 10,000 feet forbidden area, but she didn't dare to take a step forward. It was as if this 10,000 feet forbidden area had truly become a land of death. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the middle-aged man and looked at the young man who had followed the middle-aged man into the 10,000 feet forbidden area. The young man's face immediately turned pale. His cultivation level was weaker than the middle-aged man's, and he had only just reached the illusory Yin stage. He didn't have much origin energy in his body and hadn't stabilized yet. When he saw Wang Lin's gaze, he retreated without hesitation. After retreating 10,000 feet, he quickly clasped his hands and said, "Senior, please don't blame me. I know I was wrong. From now on, I won't take even half a step into the 10,000 feet forbidden area. If I go back on my word, I'll end up like this." As he spoke, he raised his left hand and circulated his origin energy. His pinky finger immediately turned into a mist of blood. Wang Lin looked at the young man before withdrawing his gaze. The young man let out a sigh of relief, and his heart beat wildly. Compared to his pinky finger, his life was more important. The excitement he felt from becoming an illusory Yin cultivator had completely disappeared. He kept telling himself that he had to be very, very careful in the future. Wang Lin didn't look at the other people outside the 10,000 feet. Instead, he turned around and walked into the dark hole where Li Yuan was. Just at this moment, Tang Yinfeng suddenly said, "Fellow cultivator, please leave your name." Sumu. Wang Lin's voice came from the dark hole. Then the restriction on the hole flickered and completely sealed it. Sumu. I'll remember this. Tang Yinfeng wanted to make a move, but in the end, he held back because he wasn't confident he could win. To be continued. Chapter 778. Sumu. Aside from Tang Yinfeng and company, all the cultivators at the first step remembered this name. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. His surname is Su? The woman next to Tang Yinfeng frowned, and her expression was gloomy. Tang Yinfeng was expressionless as he stared at the dark hole and slowly said, "You also thought of it." The woman nodded and said, "Although there are many people with the surname Su in the Luo Tian star system, most of them are unknown. For a corporeal young cultivator to appear, and such a powerful one at that, only the Su family of planet Donglin can produce. It has been many years since a descendant of planet Donglin has appeared. Could it be that this person—" The woman's pupils shrank, and she didn't continue. Tang Yinfeng pondered a bit, and then calmly said, "He is very strong. Even if he isn't the descendant of planet Donglin, he isn't far from it. My Tang family can't easily provoke this person. What about the two dead family members?" The woman looked at Tang Yinfeng. "If they're dead, then they are dead." Tang Yinfeng's expression was cold as he turned around and left. He even gave up on the dark hole. The woman nodded and followed. As for the young man who had just reached the illusory stage, he also quickly followed. He secretly rejoiced that he had made the right decision. A person that can make the young master so wary of him is not someone I can provoke. Sumu. After Tang Yinfeng's group left, the surrounding cultivators all became hesitant. Although Wang Lin had already entered the dark hole, none of them dared to enter the 10,000 feet area. It was as if even though the source of the danger was gone, it was still a land of death. After a long time, these people all retreated and flew away. In the end, no one chose to take the risk. After all, what happened before had already made them tremble in fear. As these people left, the name Su Mu slowly spread among their respective circles of fellow Taoists. Only the formation on the ground gave off a faint light. After a long time, the light dimmed until there was no more reaction. It had become a dead formation. Before Li Yuan laid down this restriction formation, he had already calculated in his heart how to prevent outsiders from entering. The first choice was a dead formation that would naturally dissipate. The dark hole under the formation wasn't big, but there was a tunnel deep inside. It was completely dark inside, but cultivators could see everything clearly. Li Yuan was in front, and Wang Lin was behind. The two of them continued to move forward in the tunnel. "Brother Su," Li Yuan said, his eyes shining brightly, "I can confirm that we were the first people to enter the immortal realm after it collapsed. Look at the walls around us. There are still ripples of immortal power on them. If more people had entered, and the passageway had been open for a long time, there would have been no ripples." Wang Lin didn't say anything. Instead, he spread his divine sense out. However, he didn't spread out too far. After all, this place was left behind by an immortal, so he had to be careful. Otherwise, it would be easy for some restrictive spells to activate. "Brother Su, I found 3 treasures in the dark cave earlier. However, these 3 treasures are a little strange. I'll take them out later, and you can help me analyze them." Li Yuan's voice was filled with doubt as he quickly spoke. "Okay." As Wang Lin spoke, his divine sense spread out in front of him. This tunnel didn't have any branches, only one that curved downward. This tunnel seemed to have no end. The two of them had been moving forward for half an hour, but they still couldn't see the bottom. Li Yuan couldn't help but be surprised. How deep is this place? Could it be an overlapping fragment? With doubt in his mind, Li Yuan moved even faster. Wang Lin followed behind, but his brow gradually furrowed. As they continued to move forward, he had a strange feeling in his heart. This feeling was like someone was pressing between his eyebrows, causing an indescribable swelling pain to come from between his eyebrows. The deeper they went, the stronger this feeling became. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He grabbed Li Yuan, who was in front of him, and suddenly stopped. Li Yuan was startled. He turned to look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin said, in a serious tone, "Does Brotherly have a strange feeling?" Li Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't feel anything. What does Brother Su mean?" Wang Lin pondered for a moment. He looked at Li Yuan, and his gaze fell on the space between his eyebrows. He suddenly said, "Brotherly, disperse the restriction on your forehead." Li Yuan nodded. The space between his eyebrows was the source of the restriction. At this moment, with a thought, he slowly dispersed it. However, the moment the restriction was dispersed, Li Yuan's face immediately turned pale. His eyes suddenly bulged and became bloodshot. He took a deep breath and activated the restriction again. Only then did he slowly calm down. His eyes revealed shock, and he said in a low voice, "I feel it." A light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he slowly said, "Looks like I'm not the only one who feels this." As he spoke, he raised his right index finger. The origin energy in his body slightly surged, and he began to draw in the air. Curved lines gradually appeared in front of the two of them as Wang Lin's index finger moved. These lines emitted a fluorescent light, and under Wang Lin's drawing, they slowly formed a strange symbol. However, below this symbol, the broken end of the line was left on the ground, as if the symbol was incomplete. "Does Brotherly recognize this symbol?" Wang Lin asked in a low voice. "It's a bit familiar." Li Yuan stared at the symbol, and his eyes revealed a pondering expression. After a long time, he sat down cross-legged and carefully thought back to all the ancient books he had read in the past few years to find a similar symbol. After half an incense stick of time, Li Yuan frowned and said, "There are 4 similar symbols, but it's obvious that this symbol is not complete. I can't tell which of the 4 it is. Brother Su, where did you get this symbol?" Wang Lin didn't answer. Instead, he carefully spread his divine sense in the passage. After a long time, he raised his right hand and continued to draw the incomplete symbol in the air along the broken end of the line. Li Yuan's expression became even more serious as he stared at the symbol. In the end, his eyes were filled with shock. He recognized this symbol. "Brotherly, this symbol is the passage we are in. I only managed to draw it after spreading my divine sense along the way." Wang Lin said slowly, "Brother Su, you mean that someone made this passage look like a symbol?" Li Yuan stood up. His cultivation was not high enough, so even if he spread out his divine sense, it wouldn't be able to penetrate the passage. However, he didn't doubt Wang Lin's words at all. "Brother Su, this symbol is a type of celestial restriction. However, even among celestial restrictions, this symbol is extremely rare. It can't be used on its own. It can only be combined with other symbols to form a restriction formation." "What effect does this restriction formation have?" Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he asked. Li Yuan shook his head and said, "Unless we go to the end of the passage and see the last stroke of the symbol, it's impossible to tell what kind of restriction it is." Wang Lin fell silent for a moment. He looked at the passage ahead and said slowly, "If that's the case, let's go down and take a look." Saying this, he took the lead and flew forward. Li Yuan followed behind while performing hand seals with his left hand. This time, the two did not move quickly, but they did not stop at all. As they moved forward, the feeling between Wang Lin's eyebrows became stronger, causing him to look a little gloomy. After another hour, Wang Lin's eyes squinted. His divine sense had reached the end of the passage. When his divine sense could see clearly, Wang Lin took a deep breath and dashed forward. He took a turn at the corner of the passage and immediately came to a stop. Li Yuan, who was behind him, had also reached the end of the passage with his divine sense. His eyes were filled with contemplation. At the end of the passage was a vortex the size of a person. The vortex emitted a 5-colored glow, and as it rotated, the surroundings were shrouded in the light. Li Yuan stared at the vortex. His left hand immediately stopped, and he said, "Brother Su, I've calculated it. This restriction formed by the symbols only has one effect, and that is to heal. If I'm not wrong, there shouldn't be only one talisman path that's similar to this one. There should be a total of 9 talisman paths. If that's the case, the 9 talisman paths would form a huge healing array. In the Thunder Celestial realm, this can be considered a big deal. When Li Yuan got to this point, his eyes lit up and he looked at Wang Lin. There was one thing he didn't say, but he believed that Wang Lin would be able to understand. Wang Lin calmly said, "Healing formation. Brotherly means that there is a person inside the formation that has been using this formation to heal for countless years. Brother Su is correct. This is the only answer that can explain everything. However, I can't guess if there's someone healing, but if there is, then it must be." Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he slowly said, "A celestial. Although this vortex leads to the eye of the formation, it has been sealed from the inside. This is a bit strange. However, I'm confident I can open it." Li Yuan stared at the vortex with a strange light in his eyes. He slowly stepped forward and raised his left hand. Wang Lin frowned. Li Yuan wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for him. So how could he be so reckless? Wang Lin took a step forward, arrived next to Li Yuan, and grabbed him. Li Yuan turned around and looked at Wang Lin with a strange light in his eyes. He slowly said, "Brother Su, didn't you want a celestial spell? What could be more knowledgeable about celestial spells than a celestial? Perhaps this celestial is very weak right now. After we enter, we can capture him in one fell swoop." A restriction formed in his left hand, and he directly pushed forward. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he directly crushed the restriction. The origin energy in his right hand entered Li Yuan's body. Li Yuan's body suddenly tilted, and he fainted. After doing all of this, Wang Lin turned around and looked at the vortex. After pondering a bit, he grabbed Li Yuan and slowly retreated. When he retreated less than 30 feet, the vortex suddenly stopped rotating and a gloomy aura came out. At the center of the vortex, an eyeball appeared. At the same time, a strange voice echoed in Wang Lin's mind. "What celestial spell do you want to learn?" Chapter 779. Wang Lin stopped and stared at the eyeball that appeared inside the vortex. He didn't speak. "Tell your friend to use that celestial restriction, and I'll teach you a set of celestial spells." "Who are you?" Wang Lin asked after a moment of silence. "Lured or not?" The voice didn't answer Wang Lin's question. Wang Lin's eyes flickered. He grabbed Li Yuan and retreated toward the back of the tunnel. As for the voice that appeared in his mind, it wasn't that Wang Lin wasn't tempted, but he was a cautious person. This matter wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Most importantly, even if he learned a celestial spell, with Wang Lin's personality, he wouldn't make the same mistake a second time after experiencing the celestial slaughter art. "I can only cultivate celestial spells if I find them myself. I won't touch anything given to me by others." Wang Lin's eyes were filled with determination. He circulated the origin energy in his body to guard against the eyeball in the vortex and quickly left with Li Yuan. Not long after Wang Lin left, the vortex slowly began to spin. The eyeball in the center revealed a sinister glow as it stared in the direction that Wang Lin disappeared in and slowly retreated. "I don't like cautious people." A red glow shot out from the eyeball and charged forward. In the end, the eyeball disappeared into the vortex, and everything returned to normal. The only thing that remained was the red light that chased after Wang Lin and Wang Lin like lightning. Wang Lin's speed was extremely fast. He grabbed Li Yuan and followed the tunnel back to the dark hole. He pointed at Li Yuan's chest a few times. Li Yuan's body trembled, and he opened his eyes. There was confusion in his eyes, but it immediately disappeared and was replaced by clarity. "Thank you, Brother Su. I was probably attracted by the strange force in the vortex." Li Yuan pondered for a moment and found the reason for his strange behavior. Wang Lin looked back at the tunnel behind him and said with a frown, "This place is too strange. We should quickly leave." Li Yuan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He formed a seal with his left hand and shot out a restriction at the entrance of the dark cave. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's expression changed. He formed a seal with his hands, and the might of thunder from his origin soul immediately spread out, forming a large amount of lightning around his hands. Without any hesitation, Wang Lin pushed his arms forward, and the lightning immediately blocked the entrance. At this moment, with a flash of red light, all of the lightning immediately disintegrated. The red light rushed out and headed straight for Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression changed drastically. Within the red light, there was an extremely familiar feeling. This feeling was transmitted to the depths of his soul, causing his pupils to instantly shrink. This is the limitless state. Without hesitation, he fell back. As he did, he merged with his surroundings, and the red light shot into Wang Lin's body. At the same time, the restriction at the entrance opened. As Wang Lin retreated, he grabbed Li Yuan and flew out. He didn't even have time to close the restriction as he teleported away. 10,000 kilometers away from the fragment, Wang Lin and Li Yuan appeared. The moment they landed, Wang Lin's body trembled. His face was pale, and he spat out a grain of sand. This grain of sand instantly formed a large seal above him and released waves of pressure. Wang Lin immediately sat down and raised his right hand. The beast bone on the back of his hand appeared and circled around Wang Lin's body. Waves of ghostly light spread out from it. "Brotherly, protect me." After saying that, Wang Lin closed his eyes and placed his hands on his knees. The origin energy in his body surged like crazy and rushed into his divine sense. Li Yuan's expression was serious. He slapped his bag of holding, and 9 celestial swords flew out. His eyes shone brightly as he protected Wang Lin. Although he didn't know what had happened to Wang Lin, he had never seen Wang Lin so serious since they reunited. "Just what kind of spell is that red light?" Li Yuan muttered. Within Wang Lin's origin soul, the red lightning raged and gave off a powerful killing intent. However, just as it was about to erupt, it was surrounded by the origin energy in Wang Lin's body. As a result, the red lightning was unable to unleash its true power. However, this thing was of the G realm. Its power was too great. Although it was surrounded by origin energy, it was rapidly disintegrating from the inside. Clearly, it wouldn't be long before it completely lost its effect. This was also because Wang Lin's familiarity with the G realm had already been engraved into his bones. He didn't panic and instead continued to circulate his origin energy to wrap around it. He understood the G realm. Although his origin soul had fused with the primordial lightning dragon, the scenes in the past had made it so that his origin soul was not completely defenseless against the G realm. After all, he was once a possessor of the G realm as well. This was why the red lightning didn't immediately kill his origin soul, giving him a chance to resist. If it was anyone else, even if their cultivation was higher than Wang Lin's, they would definitely die without a chance to resist. Fortunately, the origin energy that Wang Lin hadn't absorbed was extremely dense, so he didn't have to worry about running out. Instead, he continued to wrap around the red lightning with great determination. Layer by layer, it continuously melted away. In the end, it barely caught up to the rate at which the origin energy was disintegrating. While Wang Lin was resisting the G realm, a cultivator carefully approached the dark hole in the formation thousands of miles away with a hint of hesitation. This person was one of the cultivators that had been watching Wang Lin from thousands of feet away. He hadn't completely left, but had been pacing back and forth in the surroundings. He was thinking that once Sumu left, there might be some treasures that he didn't like that he could use. He had seen Wang Lin and Li Yuan charge out from afar. After hesitating for a long time, he slowly approached them. He stared at the dark hole, gritted his teeth, and cautiously entered. He followed the passage and advanced forward. Several hours later, he arrived at the end of the passage. When he saw the vortex, he was startled. However, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and he slowly walked toward the vortex. Just at this moment, the eye in the center of the vortex appeared again. "Get closer, come." A gloomy voice echoed in the cultivator's mind. As he got closer, he became completely lost. After a long time, a muffled sound echoed in the passage. The cultivator had activated his origin soul and self-destructed at the vortex. Not a single bit of his flesh and blood was sucked into the vortex. Not a single trace of him was left behind. The vortex had absorbed the flesh and blood and had even self-destructed. Gradually, it showed signs of collapsing. This was especially true for the seal inside. Cracks appeared on it, and as time passed, more and more cracks appeared. In the end, the seal was completely destroyed. A ray of red light rushed out from the vortex and immediately filled the entire tunnel. Under the red light, the tunnel rapidly shrank. In the end, it turned into a runic symbol that had shrunk countless times. In a flash, it was pulled back by the red light and sucked into the vortex. The whirlpool slowly disappeared. Of the 9 great seals, I've already broken 5 of them in the past few years. With my strength, I can finally open the remaining 4 at the same time and attract people to break them. The gloomy voice contained a hint of joy as it slowly dissipated. At the same time, among the many fragments in the Thunder Celestial Realm, powerful celestial spiritual energy fluctuations came from 4 of the fragments. These fluctuations attracted cultivators and gradually gathered toward them. However, there was a seal in the area where the fluctuations came from. Unless there was a restriction grandmaster like Li Yuantong, it would take some time to open it. When Wang Lin opened his eyes, his body was soaked in sweat. His face was pale as he took a deep breath and pressed his right hand on the ground. At this moment, he only needed a thought to force the red lightning out of his body. However, his eyes lit up and he withdrew his right hand. It would be too much of a pity to just remove this sliver of G-realm. I might as well leave it in my body. At a critical moment, it might be my life-saving treasure. Wang Lin pondered a bit and looked inside his origin soul. If he left this sliver of G-realm, he would consume a lot of his origin energy to protect himself. However, compared to that, the value of this sliver of G-realm was too great. Wang Lin's heart pounded. After pondering a bit, he made a decision in his heart. He stood up and put away his treasure. Just at this moment, he felt the earth tremble. This trembling was coming from the passage 5,000 kilometers away. Li Yuantong saw that Wang Lin had recovered, but before he could ask, he also felt the ground tremble. The 2 of them didn't speak and quickly flew out. Brother Su, inside the passage. While flying, Li Yuantong looked back into the distance. Don't mention this matter again. It's best to leave as soon as possible, Wang Lin said in a serious tone. He moved even faster as he and Li Yuantong flew to the edge of the fragment and charged into the void. In the void, Wang Lin looked ahead and slowly said, Brotherly, I'm going to a place called the Collection Pavilion. If there are any restrictions, I hope Brotherly can help. In the void, Wang Lin looked ahead and slowly said, Rather than searching for immortal residences, it was better to directly go to the Collection Pavilion in the memories of the old man from the Yao family. There would definitely be celestial spells there. Li Yuantong nodded and said, I will do my best to help. He didn't know why, but after going through the passage just now, he felt a sense of fear in his heart, as if something big was about to happen. This feeling was very faint, but it was like a sharp thorn that had taken root in his heart. Many thanks, Wang Lin said calmly. Thinking back to the location of the Collection Pavilion in the memories of the old man, Wang Lin turned around and spread out the origin energy in his body. He brought Li Yuantong and sped through the void at an extremely fast speed. Wang Lin secretly thought, in the memories of the old man, the Collection Pavilion has a seal placed by the 4 great families. Unless one is from the 4 great families, they can't enter. I hope Li Yuantong can break the seal. As Wang Lin's origin energy spread out, the 2 of them turned into a ray of light and flashed through the void. They didn't go to any of the fragments, but headed toward the center of the Thunder Celestial Realm, asking for monthly tickets to rush to 1,000. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.